Good morning and welcome to Rideau Hall. As the ceremony is about to begin, I would like to inform you that our official photographer will be taking photos, which will be shared in the coming days. Therefore, I would ask that you please refrain from taking pictures throughout the ceremony. As a reminder, please also ensure that your cell phones are set to silent mode. Thank you. Bonjour et bienvenue à Rideau Hall. Avant de commencer la cérémonie, j'aimerais vous informer que notre photographe officiel prendra des photos lors de l'événement et qu'elles vous seront partagées dans les jours à venir. Par conséquent, je vous demanderai de ne pas prendre de photos pendant la cérémonie. J'aimerais également vous rappeler d'éteindre la sonnerie de vos téléphones cellulaires. Merci. The ceremony will now begin with the entrance of the Secretary to the Governor-General, Ken McKillop, the Clerk of the Privy Council, John Hannaford, and the Assistant Clerk of the Privy Council, Wendy Nixon. La cérémonie débutera maintenant avec l'arrivée du secrétaire de la gouverneure générale, Ken McKillop, du greffier du Conseil privé, John Hannaford, et de la greffière adjointe du Conseil privé, Wendy Nixon.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here today. I would now ask you to please rise if you are able for the arrival of the ministers designate, the Prime Minister and the Governor-General of Canada. Bonjour, je vous remercie d'être ici aujourd'hui. Je vous demande maintenant de vous lever, si vous le pouvez, pour l'arrivée des ministres désignés, du Premier ministre et de la Gouverneure générale du Canada. Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir. Mr. John Hannaford, the Clerk of the Privy Council, will now seek the Governor-General's consent to proceed. Mr. John Hannaford, greffier du Conseil privé, demandera maintenant à la Gouverneure générale la permission de procéder.
Excellence, pouvons-nous procéder?
With the Governor-General's approval, we will now proceed with the swearing-in of members of the 29th Canadian Ministry. Maintenant que la gouverneure générale a signifié son approbation, nous procéderons à la sermentation des membres du 29e Conseil des ministres canadiens. The ministers and minister designate who are members of the King's Privy Council for Canada will please come forward to swear the oath of office. Les ministres et les ministres désignés qui sont membres du Conseil privé du roi pour Canada sont priés de s'avancer pour prêter leur serment d'office. L'honorable Ginette Petitpas-Taylor, President du Conseil du Trésor. The Honorable Ginette Petitpas-Taylor, President of the Treasury Board.
Moi, Ginette Petitpas-Taylor, je promets et jure solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de la ministre du Conseil du Trésor. I, Ginette Petitpas-Taylor, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skills and knowledge execute the powers and trust reposed in me as President of the Treasury Board.
The Honorable David Joseph McGuinty, Minister of Public Safety. L'Honorable David Joseph McGuinty, Ministre de la Sécurité publique.
I, David Joseph McGuinty, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Public Safety. Moi, David Joseph McGuinty, je promets et jure solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre de la Sécurité publique.
The Honorable Indira Anita Anand, Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. L'Honorable Indira Anita Anand, Ministre des Transports et du Commerce intérieur.
I, Indira Anita Anand, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. Moi, Indira Anita Anand, je promets et jure solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement, fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre des Transports et du Commerce intérieur.
L'Honorable Stephen Garrett McKinnon, Ministre de l'Emploi, du Développement de main-d'œuvre et du Travail. The Honorable Stephen Garrett McKinnon, Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Moi, Stephen Garrett McKinnon, je promets et jure solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre de l'Emploi, du Développement de la main-d'œuvre et du Travail. I, Stephen Garrett McKinnon, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
The Honourable Gary Anandasangari, Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs and Minister responsible for the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency. L'Honorable Gary Anandasangari, Ministre de la Relation Couronne Autochtone et d'Affaires du Nord et Ministre responsable de l'Agence canadienne de développement économique du Nord.
I, Gary Anandasangari, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs and Minister responsible for the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency. Moi, Gary Anandasangari, je promets et jure solennellement et sincèrement que mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement le pouvoir et m'exécuterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre des Relations couronnes autochtones et des Affaires du Nord et ministre responsable de l'Agence canadienne de développement économique du Nord.
The Honourable Ruby Sahota, Minister of Democratic Institutions and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario. L'Honorable Ruby Sahota, Ministre des Institutions démocratiques et Ministre responsable de l'Agence fédérale du développement économique pour le Sud de l'Ontario.
I, Ruby Sahota, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Democratic Institutions and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency of Southern Ontario.
The remaining ministers designate will please come forward to take the oath of allegiance, the Privy Councillor's oath, and the oath of office. Les ministres désignés restants, priez de vous s'avancer pour prêter le serment d'allégeance, le serment des conseillers privés et le serment d'office. Rachel Bendayan, ministre des langues officielles et ministre associé de la Sécurité publique. Rachel Bendayan, Minister of Official Languages and Associate Minister of Public Safety.
Moi, Rachel Bendayan, je déclare fidélité et sincère allégeance à Sa Majesté le roi Charles III, roi du Canada, à ses héritiers et successeurs. I, Rachel Bendayan, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Moi, Rachel Bendayan, je déclare solennellement et sincèrement que j'agirai en fidèle et loyal serviteur de Sa Majesté le roi Charles III en ma qualité de membre du Conseil privé de Sa Majesté pour le Canada. J'exprimerai fidèlement, honnêtement et en toute vérité mon sentiment et mon opinion sur toute chose traitée, débattue et résolue en Conseil. Je tiendrai secret tout ce qui me sera confié ou révélé en cette qualité, ou tout ce dont il sera traité secrètement en Conseil. J'agirai en toutes circonstances comme il convient à une fidèle et loyale serviteur de Sa Majesté. I, Rachel Bendayan, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things, to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. Moi, Rachel Bendayan, je promets et déclare solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre des langues officielles et ministre associé de la sécurité publique. And I, Rachel Bendayan, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Official Languages and Associate Minister of Public Safety.
Elisabeth Brière, ministre du Revenu national. Elisabeth Brière, Minister of National Revenue.
Moi, Elisabeth Brière, je déclare fidélité et sincère allégeance à Sa Majesté, le roi Charles III, roi du Canada, à ses héritiers et successeurs. I, Elisabeth Brière, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Moi, Elisabeth Brière, je déclare solennellement et sincèrement que j'agirai en fidèle et loyal serviteur de Sa Majesté, le roi Charles III, en ma qualité de membre du Conseil privé de Sa Majesté pour le Canada. J'exprimerai fidèlement, honnêtement et en toute vérité mon sentiment et mon opinion sur toute chose traitée, débattue et résolue en Conseil. Je tiendrai secret tout ce qui me sera confié ou révélé en cette qualité, ou tout ce dont il sera traité secrètement en Conseil. J'agirai en toutes circonstances comme il convient à un fidèle et loyal serviteur de Sa Majesté. I, Elisabeth Brière, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things, to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. Moi, Élisabeth Brière, je promets et déclare solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre du Revenu national. I, Élisabeth Brière, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of National Revenue.
Terry Gordon Duguid, Minister of Sport and Minister responsible for Prairies Economic Development Canada. Terry Gordon Duguid, Ministre des Sports et Ministre responsable du Développement économique Canada pour les Prairies.
I, Terry Gordon Duguid, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Terry Gordon Duguid, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Terry Gordon Duguid, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Sport and Minister responsible for Prairies Economic Development Canada.
Nathaniel Erskine Smith, Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities. Nathaniel Erskine Smith, Ministre du Logement, de l'Infrastructure et des Collectivités.
I, Nathaniel Erskine Smith, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Nathaniel Erskine Smith, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty.
Aşağıdaki yukarı benim şeyim boyumdadır yani.
Solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Housing, Infrastructure, and Communities.
Darren Fisher, Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defense. Darren Fisher, Ministre des Anciens Combattants et Ministre associé de la Défense nationale.
I, Darren Fisher, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty, King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Darren Fisher, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty, King Charles III, as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in the Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Darren Fisher, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defense.
Joanne Thompson, Minister of Seniors. Joanne Thompson, Ministre des Aînés.
I, Joanne Thompson, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Joanne Thompson, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III, as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly retreated off in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do this as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Joanne Thompson, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Sea.
And now the Governor General, the Prime Minister, and the Clerk of the Privy Council will now sign the oath books to formally witness the swearing-in of the ministers. Le gouverneur général, le Premier ministre et le greffier du Conseil privé apposeront maintenant leur signature sur les registres de serment pour attester officiellement la sermentation des ministres.
Hallo. Sie würden jetzt auch Sie nehmen. Komm, ich nehme auch Kunde dafür. Einen kurzen Moment der Aufnahme.
Now please join me in congratulating all of the ministers. Felicitons les ministres. We thank you all for being with us today at the ceremony. Merci de votre participation à cette cérémonie ici aujourd'hui. Please rise for the departure of the Governor General, the Prime Minister, and the ministers. Veuillez vous lever pour le départ de la gouverneure générale, du Premier ministre et des ministres.
Ja, vor 10 Minuten. Ja, haben Sie irgendwas vorbereitet? Ich weiß nicht, wie lange das dauert. Sie ist in Folge, ja? Ja. In der Pause. Toll. Ja, ja.
Jetzt gerade nicht, aber gleich nicht. Du gehst dann da rein.
Oh yeah!
Ja, genau. Gerade, ja, aber jetzt wird es ja, ich hoffe, das ist so, das war kannst du es versorgen? Nee, aber Gott, ich Bescheid. Sehr das war super, ja. Ganz einfach. Oh, Karl Wiesbreit auf die Geräte. Toll, ja. Wer hätte jetzt einfach was ja, das kannst du nicht was Spaß.
Good afternoon, everyone. A few things at the top. So as we announced yesterday, the President will travel to Rome, Italy in early January to meet separately with His Holiness Pope Francis, President of Italy, Sergio Mattarella, and Prime Minister of Italy, Meloni, Giorgio. The President will have an audience with the Pope to discuss efforts to advance peace around the world, and during his meetings with the Italian leaders, he will highlight the strength of the U.S.-Italy relationship, thank Prime Minister Meloni for her strong leadership of the G7 over the past year, and discuss important challenges facing the world. We will provide more information in the days to come. And next, earlier this week, as you all saw, the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation announced a $1 billion financial initiative to support conservation of the Ecuadorian Amazon. This is a result of the President's recent trip to the Amazon and a continuation of the administration's effort to support innovative ways to address climate change through sustainable growth and development without burdening countries facing financial constraints. Switching gears just for a second here, today President Biden announced student debt cancellation for another 55,000 public service workers, bringing the total number of individuals who have been approved for student debt relief under his administration to nearly 5 million people. The people approved for debt cancellation today include teachers, nurses, service members, law enforcement officials, and other public service workers who have dedicated their lives to giving back to their communities and who are finally earning the relief they are entitled to under the law. Under the Biden-Harris administration, more than 1 million public service workers have received student debt relief, more than all other more than all other administrations combined since the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program was first established by Congress in 2007. And finally, yesterday, U.S. Customs and Border Protection published their November 2024 data, which shows that since President Biden's announced new executive actions to secure the border on June 4th, unlawful border crossing have dropped by more than 60%. That's the lowest levels in 4.5 years. The Biden-Harris administration has implemented an effective and balanced approach to secure our border and make our immigration system more fair and just. With that, what you got?
Thanks, Corinne. So I wondered if the president has spoken to any lawmakers personally about the potential for a shutdown.
So let me first say this, and I know you've seen our statements coming from here this week about this particular issue, and we'll just continue to reiterate that Republicans blew up this bill. They did, and they need to fix this, period. They have to. Republicans need to stop playing politics with a government shutdown, and they are doing the bidding. They're doing the bidding of their billionaire friends. That's what we're saying, at the expense of hardworking Americans. And just to quote you something that we saw today, and I'm sure you all saw from the Punch Bowl News, which is, and I quote, "This has been an absolute disastrous week for the Speaker, the President-elect Donald Trump, and Republicans on Capitol Hill. This is a mess that they created, and they need to fix this." On your question, the President, I can confirm just moments ago, the President was able to connect with Leader Schumer and Leader Jeffries, and also just to add that the President does indeed get regular updates. He has been getting regular updates from his team. His team has been in touch with members, congressional members from both sides of the aisle, and certainly he will continue to stay updated.
Have there been any communication between the president or the administration and the incoming administration on this?
I think we have to be really clear here, and that is, this is a mess that Speaker Johnson created. It is his mess to fix. There was a deal on the table. They were a bipartisan deal. A bipartisan deal. In this day and age, they were able to come up with a bipartisan deal. And, you know, that agreement, Speaker Johnson needs to stick to. He needs to hold his commitment to that agreement. And so they have to fix this. This is their mess that they created, and they need to fix it. And let's not forget, we're not just, when we talk about keeping the government open, we're talking about providing funds for disaster recovery efforts, lower costs of prescription drugs. That's what we're talking about. And the impact of this would hurt our veterans and would hurt vulnerable Americans across the country. That's what we're talking about. And Republicans need to do their job, and they need to uphold their side of the deal here. Yes.
Thanks, Corinne. Why hasn't President Biden said anything in the public about this? Don't the American people deserve to know why millions of federal workers could enter this holiday period without a paycheck?
Well, Americans need to know that Republicans are getting in the way here, and they are the ones who have created this mess. That's the reality. That's the fact. And the president, let me just take a second. This is not the first time we've been here, and the president has had this approach before. He understands how Congress works. He's been around for some time. So this is not the first time that I'm being asked this question about the president and his outreach. I just mentioned it. He was in touch with the Democratic leaders of both the House and the Senate, Schumer and Jeffries. So, and his team is continuing to have that conversation. This is the mess that was created by Speaker Johnson. He needs to fix this. That's what the American people need to be very clear about. Very clear. There was a bipartisan agreement, and he's not holding up his side of the bargain here.
I hear that message from you, but why aren't we hearing that directly from the president? Why haven't we seen or heard from President Biden?
This is a strategy that we have done many times before, not the first time. And this is for Republicans in Congress, in the House specifically, to fix. They created this mess. There was a bipartisan agreement. There was a bipartisan agreement
come in front of cameras and
There
speak
was a
directly to the American
bipartisan agreement. There was a bipartisan agreement. And so what we want to do and what the president wants to make sure we do is he stands to ready to help get a bipartisan deal through. That's what he wants to see. And, you know, this is something that Republicans should really hear. What they tried to jam at the 11th hour doesn't reflect, and what that bipartisan deal that they came up with, obviously with Democrats, and you know, they're showing a disregard.
Just lastly, some leading Democrats are calling Elon Musk President Musk or Co-President Musk. What is the White House's and President Biden's reaction to this labeling of Elon Musk, and whether or not House Republicans are listening more to this billionaire than the president?
What I can say is congressional Republicans, at the direction of President Trump and Elon Musk, are trying to continue what they're doing, trying to move for $5 trillion to our national debt. That's what this decision is. I mean, you're talking about cuts for billionaires, slashing Social Security, slashing Medicare, slashing Head Start. Congressional Republicans did what they did because of what the president-elect said and what he said. That's the reality. You guys all know it. That's why we are where we are today. So this is for Speaker Johnson to fix. This is the mess that he created. He needs to fix this. They get a bipartisan agreement. There is a bipartisan agreement.
Let's get some sort of strategy that we've seen discussed today to separate ACR from a farm extension disaster aid and
I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. What I can say is there is a buyer. I'm going to get very repetitive here because it is true and it is there's a bipartisan agreement. There's a deal that was agreed upon, and that's what that's what they said. The deal that was agreed upon, that's what they said. They would move forward. The speaker said that, and he's not holding up his side of the bargain. He's not. His side of the deal, he is not holding up.
And in response to President-elect Trump's statements this morning that this is a Biden problem, but if Republicans can help solve it, they will. I imagine this will repeat some of what you just said, but in response to that.
Congressional Republicans made their decision because of what the president-elect said at their direction, the direction of the president-elect, and the direction there was a bipartisan deal on the table. They were moving forward. The speaker agreed to do this, to move forward with the bipartisan deal, and they stopped that because of what the president-elect said and what he said. They wanted to clear a way for the billionaire friends. A tax cut, $5 trillion to national debt, with tax cuts to billionaires, poor billionaires. So that's the reality. You've all reported this. We've seen this. We saw this being put out there by the president-elect and us. There's no hiding from that. That's the reality. And so, you know, we're talking about, this is not politics here. We're talking about the American people. We need these programs. And so, the political playbook said, had to say what they had to say was Trump picked the fight. He picked the fight. And it was Trump. Well, with him and Elon Musk, who sank the Biden. That's what you all are reporting. You can't twist the facts or change history.
Based on the White House's assessment of where things stand right now, should Americans be prepared for enough?
There's still time. We believe there's still time for that to happen. For Republicans to do the right thing, to hold up their part of the deal and move forward with the bipartisan agreement. There's still time. And our focus is keeping the government open. That's what we want to see. And we hope Republicans want to do that. Republicans in Congress want to do that as well. and there's still time.
You talked a little bit here about how the president really has not been a player at all in these negotiations. I think that he's met with Schumer and Jeffries today. But what exactly is the strategy behind that? Is there a sense that perhaps having him involved at this moment would be helpful?
I kind of took this question, I got some formulation of that question moments ago. The president knows how to deal with Congress. He's been around for some time. And this is not the first time that we've had this strategy where we have said is Congress's one of their number one jobs is to keep the government working. In this particular instance, you saw what Congress did. Speaker Johnson obviously leading us to this mess, to where we are right now. And they need to fix it, period. It is their mess to fix. It is. There was a deal, a bipartisan deal. There was, just days ago. And they created this mess. Speaker Johnson needs to fix this. Republicans in Congress needs to fix this. It is their mess to fix. And they allowed this bipartisan deal to be scuttled by the president.
The government shut down time. President Biden admit to remaining here in Washington and not going through with his holiday.
I don't have anything. I can't get into hypotheticals. I don't have anything to share on this. We believe, as I just said moments ago, there's still time to get to a deal here, or move forward. I should say, get to a deal, move forward with the bipartisan agreement. They can't avoid a shutdown. They can't. They were on their way to doing that, and it was scuttled by the president-elect. And this is why we're here today. That's why we're here today.
Corinne, you said that House Speaker Mike Johnson needs to fix this. Has President Biden spoken to the House Speaker, or does he have any plans to?
I've answered this in so many ways, and I'm going to answer it now. We got to be really clear. Speaker Johnson created this mess, and he needs to fix it. I don't have anything else to add beyond that. He knows, the Speaker knows how to fix this. They got to a bipartisan deal. He said he was going to move forward with it. They stopped it because of the direction that they were given by the president-elect and Elon Musk. And right now we need to focus, and we need to continue to focus on the American people. We're talking about shutting down the government that will impact veterans programs, services that Americans truly need. They know how to fix this. Republicans actually know how to fix this. That's why they were able to get a bipartisan agreement on the table. They know in order to move forward with this, you need a bipartisan agreement. And there was one, and they did not move forward with it because of what they were told by President-elect Trump and also Elon Musk.
I agree. I'll go with the question another way. In this moment, is the president leading?
The president is the president of the United States, and he is leading. And to be very clear, as it relates to this, I've said this many times before, moments ago, I'll say it again. We have done the strategy before. This is not new. Where we have said Congress needs to deal with this. This is their number one job, is to keep the government open. And there was an agreement on the table, not just an agreement, a bipartisan agreement. Speaker Johnson created this mess. Period.
The strategy is he is leading by staying in the background.
The strategy is Congress, Republicans in particular, need to do their jobs and get out of their own way and focus on the American people, not their billionaire friends. That is what needs to happen, and that's what the president wants to see.
Does the president believe that the U.S. debt ceiling should be eliminated?
You all know where the president stands on this. His focus right now is keeping the government open. That's what he's going to focus on.
President canceled for trip to California. Can you say why? And finally on Syria, really quick. The DOD said yesterday that there are about 2,000 U.S. troops in Syria. That's double what the administration said beforehand. Why the discrepancy?
So I would have to refer you to the Department of Defense to speak to troop numbers. That is their purview. That is something that we've always been pretty consistent on, that they have to speak to. I know that they said yesterday that the additional forces are considered temporary, that they are deployed to meet shifting mission requirements, but I have to leave it to the Department of Defense, to the Pentagon to speak to.
Last question, Corinne, and I know you have tried to answer it several times, but shouldn't Americans hear from the President of the United States just hours from a shutdown?
What Americans need to know is that you have Republicans in Congress, in the House, who got in the way, who stopped a bipartisan agreement. They got in the way. They created this mess. And I said this earlier when I said, and you all know this, or you report this, it is not easy to get to a bipartisan agreement here in this town. And there was one. Both sides sat down, they came to an agreement, which is a good thing for the American people. We thought we were moving in that direction, and they decided to, Republicans decided to instead listen and give space to their billionaire friends and not put the American people first. That's what is happening. That's what we're seeing.
Purchase of U.S. steel. Excuse me. The panel that is reviewing that transaction is expected to issue its recommendation soon. So I'm just wondering.
Leave it there, just don't have anything to share, don't have an announcement to make at this time, and certainly not going to get ahead of the president at the podium.
Even the timing?
CFIUS review, they are independent. We leave it to them to make that decision on the timing. I just don't have anything.
Could you talk a little bit more about the president's trip next month to Italy? In your statement last night, you said that he had accepted the invitation of the Pope to visit next month. How did that come about? Did that just happen on the phone call yesterday? Yeah. Did the president express interest to the Vatican that he wanted to make this trip? It's pretty late in a term to be traveling so soon, close to the end like that.
So I don't have any information for you. I would have to talk to the team about the timeline. Look, the president is looking forward to going back to Italy. As you all know, he's been there a couple of times in this in his first term, in this term, and so he's met obviously a couple times in this administration alone with His Holiness Pope Francis, and obviously he looks forward to that. As you know, he is a proud Catholic, and so that is something that he certainly was looking forward to that, and having a conversation about peace around the world. We know that is an issue that His Holiness cares about. I don't have specifics or behind the scenes private conversations on how this landed and the timing of this. What we can share is that it's happening. The president looks forward to it. And we certainly will have more to share as we get closer, like we normally do when an ACONUS trip happens.
Should we expect domestic travel for the president in January? Is he going to be out there doing any farewell speeches on policy issues in other parts of the country?
So I would say stay tuned. We'll certainly have more to share about what January will look like for the president. Don't have anything specifically to announce right now.
I'm going to try to ask this a different way.
Yeah.
The president is
get
still in office. I'm just going to try. He's still in office for a month. The American people really haven't heard from him on whether or not the government is going to shut down. Wouldn't the message hit differently if the president were out there countering the message that we're hearing from the president-elect and Elon Musk? Why isn't he speaking on this?
Republicans are breaking their word. They are breaking their word to support a bipartisan agreement. We would not be in this position if Republicans in the House did not break their word. That's where we are. And we're talking about what the agreement, when you think about what the agreement would do, it would lower prescription drugs costs and make it harder to offshore jobs to China. We're talking about veterans who need these services. And instead, what they want to do is they put forth a bill that would pave the way for tax break for billionaires. That's what they did. Instead of going with a bipartisan agreement, they put forth something that would pave the way for their billionaire friends. That's not about the American people. That is just not about the American people. And we have been here before when we're trying to make sure that there's not a government shutdown. The president has had the same, kind of the same strategy. He knows how to work with Congress. And so in this instance, the Republicans blew this deal up. They did. They blew it up, and they need to fix it. This is not for the president to fix. This is not for us to fix. This is for Republicans in Congress to fix the mess that they created.
But has he expressed any thoughts or feelings on the president-elect and Elon Musk?
You're hearing what I'm saying, right? I speak for the President of the United States. So when I speak for the President of the United States, I am speaking directly for him. So you are hearing where he feels about this, what his thoughts are about this, and we believe, and the American people should know this, that Republicans need to fix the mess that they caused. The Speaker knows how to get this right. To get this right is to move forward with a bipartisan agreement, the bipartisan agreement that they had come to not too long ago. We thought we were going to move forward with that agreement, and they blew it up. They blew it up. You good? Okay.
Thanks, Bree. Has the government started informing employees who might be furloughed?
Yeah.
Those specific folks, especially headed into the holiday season, are they being informed that they might not get their paycheck?
So, look, we believe that there's still time for Congress to prevent a partial shutdown. We believe that. But in the interest of prudent planning, we want to be prudent here. Agencies did start notifying their employees of their potential furlough today at noon. And so on that specific, as it relates to furloughs, I would certainly refer you to OMB on those specifics.
And given the high stakes of this shutdown, again, during the holiday season, affecting people like veterans, police officers, et cetera, will the president speak to the American people if there is a shutdown so that they can hear from him directly?
I am not going to get into hypotheticals because we believe, as I just at the beginning of answering your last questions, that there's still time to prevent a partial shutdown. We believe that that Congress, Republicans in Congress, could get to a place where they prevent this.
When is the next time that people will hear from the president?
I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. It is very easy. I hear your question, but it's very easy to fix this. The mess that Republicans created, it is very easy for them to fix this. Bipartisan deal agreement. Move forward. Keep your word, Republicans in Congress. Keep your word. Keep your word. Go ahead.
Thank you, Karen. I have a question on China. In the final month of this administration, we continue to see high-level talks between us and China, including last week. Is President Biden making his final effort to strengthen U.S.-China relationship ahead of Trump administration? And are you concerned those mechanisms you've established with China might be abandoned next year?
So, and I'm just going to repeat what the president has said, what the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, have said from this podium about the relationship, the U.S. relationship with China. And what the president remains doing is, is incredibly focused on is managing the most consequential relationship. You've heard both of them say that. It is the most consequential relationship. And it is because of the work of this administration that we are handing off the U.S.-China relationship in a stronger competitive position. Remember, in the beginning of this administration, we would talk about how it is about competition. That's how we wanted to kind of see that relationship as well, about competition. So that's what the president and this administration is leaving the incoming relationship. Under President Biden, we have made America stronger and positioned us to outcompete China through significant investments in the United States, develop closer relationship with our allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific, increase our deterrent capabilities, and diminish China's ability to exploit our most sensitive technologies. At the same time, we are carefully managing, and we have carefully managed this relationship through skilled diplomacy to prevent competition from varying into conflict. Remember, that's what we want. We want competition, not conflict. So we're going to continue to manage this relationship. I'm not going to get into hypotheticals of what the next administration may or may not do, but what I can lay out, as I just did, is how the president has focused on this consequential relationship with China, the U.S.-China relationship. Okay.
Thank you. Just following up on Karen's question on the trip to Italy and what would be the second meeting with the Pope. We all know that for the president, his face is very important, but this isn't a trip he's taking as a private citizen. This is a trip he's taking as head of state. So what's the broader message here? Why this choice for what might be his final international trip?
So look, we're going to have more information as we normally do. We do background calls, press calls with all of you as we head into an Akonis. We're going to do the same. Nothing has changed. And we will lay out the goals, the reasons, what we expect to get out of this trip. But I tried to give you a little bit of what the president, the logistics, and who the president's going to meet, the discussions that he's hoping to have. Let's not forget, the Prime Minister she's the leader of the G7 right now, right, and has shown strong leadership. So that's important too, to have for him to have continue that diplomatic conversations with her as well. And so certainly we will have more to share as we get closer to the travel.
Thanks, Corinne. There are some Republican lawmakers who are actually advocating for a government shutdown. One example is Marjorie Taylor Greene from Georgia. She says shut it down. Can you explain the repercussions of what a partial government shutdown would be for specific groups, for seniors, for veterans, for those that depend on government services? Can you explain what this possibility would mean for those individuals?
And it is sad that I have to explain that, really. They are congressional members. One of their duties is to keep the government open because, as you just stated, we're talking about veterans. We're talking about vulnerable Americans who need services that the federal government provides in order just to make it through the day. And it is sad that what we're seeing from Republicans is picking their billionaire friends. That's what they're doing. Not the American people, not our veterans. And we're talking about basic services that are needed. OMB certainly could dive in and lay out the different programs that will be impacted, that will impact Americans if this indeed happens. But John, we can avoid this. They can avoid this. This does not have to end this way. We do not have to end with a government shutdown, and really put a negative impact on American families, a negative impact on our veterans. This could be avoided. Republicans in Congress don't have to go this route. They don't. There was a whole different route that they were going, which would have actually been done in a bipartisan way. We believe, this president believes, that it is important as we move policies, as we move forward on behalf of the American people, we do it in a bipartisan way. And they had that deal.
Do you happen to know if there would be a delay of any kind for Social Security recipients from receiving their checks or members of the military from receiving their pay?
You're laying out everything that we're concerned about. Those are the things that we are concerned about. Yes, those are concerns. But there's a way out of this. There is. Republicans need to fix this. They need to fix this mess that they created. It's very easy to do.
You do an excellent job advocating on behalf of the president, but do you think the president would do a better job if he was out there making those same ideas present to the public in terms of what a shutdown would mean for all of those vulnerable Americans?
What I will say is Republicans need to do their job. I would not be fielding these questions from you all if Republicans didn't lead us here. They did. They created this mess. The only reason we're having this back and forth is because the Republicans created this mess in Congress, in the House specifically. They created this mess, and they can fix it. They were on their way to fixing this with this bipartisan agreement. So I think the onus is on them to get this right. Okay.
Does the administration have any updates on the whereabouts of Austin Tice compared to last week?
Yeah, don't have any updates to share. Obviously, it is a priority for this president to get Austin home. That is something that certainly we want to see. I will speak to Assistant Secretary Barbara Leaf and Ambassador Roger Carstens traveled to Damascus, Syria, to engage with the Syrian people, including members of civil society activists and other Syrians about their vision for the future of their country and how the United States can help support them. They also met with representatives of the interim authorities to discuss transition principles shared by the United States and regional partners. In their meetings, to your question, they stressed the immense importance of finding missing U.S. citizens, including Austin Tice, and bringing them home. So that continues to be a priority. Any specifics about that meeting, I would refer you to the State Department. I know at 12:30 the two State Department officials held a on the record press conference. So I would refer you to that press conference that they had. It might still be going, but they certainly were able to talk in more details and take questions about this. And again, they touched on Austin Tice and this, and more broadly, obviously bringing U.S. citizens home.
Does the president have, say, 3 top priorities for things he still wants to accomplish in the next 31 days he's in office?
Well, one of the things that I can say is keeping the government open, right? We want to make sure that that happens. Congress had a bipartisan agreement. They should move forward. Republicans should not get in the way. Should choose the American people first, not Republican or their billionaire friends. And so that is something that we have said many times from here, that was a priority for this president. Certainly, we want to continue to excel the implementation of key priorities that the president has had, meaning the bipartisan infrastructure legislation, the CHIPS and Science Act. We want to make sure that those investments, that continues, and we want to excel on that. And we've talked about continuing to lower costs as it relates to prescription drugs, but lowering costs more broadly, certainly for the American people. And so that's our focus. That's what we've been doing, and we're going to continue certainly to do that.
And we can expect more announcements on at least some of those fronts in the next few weeks.
Look, I would say stay tuned. We are trying to truly run through the tape here and get as much done as we can for the American people. And we know that the American people wants us to continue to work on their behalf, and that's what the president's going to be focused on.
Real briefly, since you mentioned the shutdown, different angle on that question,
Sure.
Potential shutdown, I should say. Yeah. Should the American people be confident that in the event of a shutdown, there would still be a smooth transition and inauguration process?
That has been the president's commitment. And that you've heard directly from him. We want to make sure that there is a responsible, committed to a responsible transition. And as you know, his team, he and his team has certainly been working towards that. The team has been preparing for months to make sure that happens. I will say, though, if there is a shutdown, and I don't want to get too much into hypotheticals, but this is the reality, transition activities will be restricted. And with limited exceptions, obviously, but such as prevent imminent threats to the safety of human life or the protection of property. Those are the things that we would that we would have to be concerned about. And so we're doing everything to ensure a smooth transition. But the choice to allow a transition to move forward is in the hands of Republicans in Congress. You know, we can continue to have this smooth transition of power if they stop threatening a shutdown. They have an opportunity, Republicans in Congress have an opportunity to keep the government open so that we can continue what the president's commitment has been for months now, is to make sure that there's a smooth transition of power.
Just 2 clarifications, I guess. The first one, is this trip to Rome the last foreign trip that the president will take?
What I can say is the president's going to Italy and is going to go on a CONUS trip in January. I'm always very careful. Anything could happen, but what I can say for sure is that the president's certainly going to be going to Italy. We announced that. We'll have more to share. I don't have anything else to share.
And then secondly, related to the CR, given what you said about the president's views on debt limit increases or eliminating the debt limit, does that mean that that would be something that would be vetoed by the president if it reached his desk?
I'm not going to get into hypothetical. I'm just not. I think what is important here is there is a path forward. There has been a path forward. There is a bipartisan agreement that Republicans tanked because of what they were directed to do by Elon Musk and President-elect Trump. That's what happened. That is the reality that we're in now. And this is not the direction that we thought we were going just a couple of days ago. And so Republicans blew up this deal. They can fix it. It is their mess to fix. And they have to choose the American people. They have to do their basic job, is choosing the American people and delivering for them. Thanks, everybody.
Have a good one.
dass dort ein Leben nicht unbedingt einfach war, aber wir haben auch gesehen, dass in den Assad-kontrollierten Regionen, insbesondere in Damaskus, und da war ein Team des Auswärtigen Amtes mit dem BMZ ja gerade vor Ort, dass die humanitäre Lage vor Ort zum Teil dramatisch ist. Etliche Stunden am Tag kein Strom bedeutet eben auch, dass Krankenhäuser nur bedingt funktionieren können, Lebensmittel, die sich viele überhaupt nicht mehr leisten können. Und daher haben wir nochmal unsere humanitäre Hilfe gerade in den letzten Tagen deutlich erhöht und haben zugleich deutlich gemacht, dass Wiederaufbau, dass Sicherheit mit Geld allein von außen nicht zu gewährleisten ist, sondern dass es essentiell auf den innersyrischen Dialogprozess, der alle Akteure des Landes integriert, ankommt und vor allen Dingen darauf ankommt, dass die Gewalt weiter eingedämmt wird und die Menschen an allen Orten dieses Landes in Sicherheit und frei von Gewalt leben können.
Vielen Dank. Da wir heute noch einen Rückruf kriegen wollen, schließen wir damit diese Pressekonferenz. Vielen Dank.
Lens.
Yes, that's not white.
That's not white. More grayish white.
Just take
18%, not quite 18%.
Just add all the magenta you can. This light, everything. Yeah.
But I don't have an outside or inside yet.
That's where maybe white balance.
Yeah, it is.
It seems like it's maybe useful. Yeah. Different web.
Whereas this looks more like
Usually outdoors.
Outdoors. Oh yeah. But right here, change that. I remember one time.
Changes every 2 feet.
The first job I ever did for a time magazine was right here.
Yeah.
Daylight coming in, and lights like this,
Yeah.
TV lights, and all shit.
So for years, I gave the password. Did they use it? And everything just so she could get it. Well, I don't know. Just me told Verizon people it's still attached to
Friday.
that.
Friday.
She created something like
I think it's
an account.
I did not.
But like right now, the way the phone is, if she changes it, everything, if she hears her, and she just goes, because it still has, like, the email that was attached to it, and she just closed that and started a new account.
Oh, I did great on the other end, yeah. Great. Yeah. Jake Sherman got a little riled up. He was like looking around. Oh, that's good. Laughing.
So was there a way to change that phone where she could have done it? So you change it, it won't be in the cloud, basically, so everything will disappear. Hang on, hang on.
Sir. Thank you.
Yeah. All the pictures and all that. Okay, so there was, okay.
Yes.
All right. But if she wanted to do that, she just signs out, creates a new app, that line on
You
that
can stand there if you want to.
There's a line going like this.
You can be taking me right over. Because see, if I go, when I go like this.
John, I can't.
All right. All right, I'll back at you.
Or you can take it in front of me. Here, if you go high, look, so like, oh, you got your stool? I do have a stool. Why don't you put your stool right here?
I'm easy to go over.
Put your stool right here and go to the top. That'll be $99.95 for consulting fee.
Why? You said you could use that.
I thought it was the element.
You're fine. Oh yeah, I was sitting on our phone.
Where did you buy it?
She has a consultant.
Two levels here.
I'm leveling up. Well, Allison's leveling up.
No, they're just going to be in the house. So if you create that like if you want anything on it, because it's a complete different iCloud. Your mom should have told them all this. Y'all were at the school. But yeah, so
I'm going to
they get you a
very
different
quickly
like you
back
can change it. Then you're not going to because all that other stuff is underneath the old ID on the cloud. So yeah, I know. I don't know why. I don't know why. Just upgrade the phone. Got different phones. So that's the only so it's so much easier. So now, yeah, I think. So I'll have.
That's a good point.
Sure, is there any update? Hearing plan decided?
Merry Christmas.
Oh, yeah. Oh, good. Hey, how are you? How are you? You're back, right? Are you shooting for us?
Yeah. Alright, so if he transferred and all the pictures on her phone, so they just transfer. You need her contacts and pictures basically onto her phone. So she can sign up. How do you create a new back?
Yeah, great. All right, so good to see you. See you around. Yeah. Take care.
There you go.
But you're able to change it. Because it's not with the phone, it's the account, right?
Oh, that's the bit, right?
35. 35. Yeah.
Found an old steel.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
No, I know. Yeah, that's what I wanted.
Yeah.
Change my filters.
Okay, that's just a okay, this is three out. Okay. So I'm gonna just. Yeah, you'll have to create. Okay, let me holler out this Christian and all this. Right. So, all right, thanks, buddy. That's what I'll tell him. All right, cool.
Check your feed. They said that the pool feed just froze. Check your feed. You guys are hardwired, right?
Yeah.
Bunch of batteries, yeah. And I thought,
CNN says the feed froze, but okay. ABC's saying it didn't for me. Maybe it's on CNN.
It might just be Haley. Like,
Okay.
if he's switching over at the end of an hour for us, right?
Okay.
she's fine.
They're hardwired, so.
It's like, at least we're not like shooting plastic.
Hey, Christina, this is John at HBC. where the full state are you from the You are taking it from the fire.
That's the other thing. It's like
Okay.
getting there. Yeah, better every day.
Okay, you said, okay, so it's on the fire. Okay, I'm hearing that.
The file's very nice.
Freezing.
Everybody's been very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, we're taking from the fire. So all good then.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch to a different camera.
All right, thank you.
Just a second.
Turn the light off.
What are you switching to? R5.
Oh, yeah.
Two as well. Oh, right.
I'm sure it's probably 80% the same.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch up here, which makes sense. This is stupid waste of space. We don't videos, stuff, which you gonna.
Your menu, they put it up here.
It's this button right here.
Yeah, they're on.
What part stops are supposed to be every time. Every time I have a couple of those cards that are card reader.
Getting rid of the ball?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, it's like I said, you should go
Such a design flaw.
It's funny because remember, like the old ones, you had this attached to wireless transmitter.
Yeah, because that's what I do. They just sit there and just sit there.
You can plug into it.
Yeah.
This one,
Sound guy.
you have to attach the wired transmitter.
It's reversed.
And it has Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Why can't they just do both?
The Sony had both.
Okay.
You're one now? You're one or five.
Yeah. No, not now, yeah. But you couldn't run it off this USB transmitter. No, that's USB. Those are both USBs.
Nobody. Maybe I don't have that one.
Is that HD?
It's HDMI.
That's just a bigger
Yeah, here's a crazy one. It's a single frame. It's the only frame I shot. Yeah, just all morning doing a portrait. Oh, wow. That's right, yeah. Wow. It's the only picture like that. And she must have really. Maybe running out of time. Yeah. The different getting through. Right? Yeah, they're closing at 3 downstairs. What closes at 3? Dark.
Downstairs is supposed to stay open as long as it says.
But the also I thought Dirksen was 2.
I think it's 33.
Those are 3, okay. Yeah. 2 sounds good.
317. Bring my video camera this time and set it up.
You want to do a video?
I can take it. But we tell it's the rules.
For us?
Yeah.
But
Because this is TV.
that's not my favorite.
Don't understand. Don't get outside.
I'll show you.
Sorry, don't know it.
My buddy in South Carolina. See, I work hard.
It's good to have that on record.
We're just standing there talking.
Oh, we are?
No, we're just standing there
It
talking.
sounds like I was in action position.
No, we're just standing there
Oh,
talking.
okay. Still sending to me.
McDonald's the only one looking.
Oh, he's working, okay. What's that now? We've been documenting.
My buddy in South Carolina just sent this. Tell us the full camera's live.
You can tell that the full camera's live.
Which, the new air,
I've got it, yes, all. Yeah. Get your air hoopties going. No people fan.
What? Are you gonna drop?
Oh, there's Allison. I didn't need to give it to him. Check your air hoopties.
How do I get to it?
Are you in it?
probably.
How do I get to it? Photos?
No.
Or I'm not over here yet.
We're on the
I know.
And then where's the airdrop at? Did it go to you?
Where's my receipt?
Hit contact zone.
Okay, here we go.
Should be.
Mark. Got it.
What do you have your phone named? JMC. Great.
Well, at least we all look pretty good.
I know. We're not.
Could have been a lot worse.
It could have been a lot worse. You're actually you have your camera.
I know, 'cause I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh my gosh.
No, she's disturbing me. She said I told them that's a very tall order.
This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
I'll just look over and be like, hey.
Plus, don't you think if I had a picture of Johnson with a Christmas tree
Yeah,
behind him,
I have what you're looking for. I didn't know you wanted that.
Yeah, I just sent you this lame ass. I just sent you this lame. I'm just saying this lame walking down the whole picture with nothing on the walls.
It's so funny to have that picture. I didn't think you wanted it.
There's elves in it too.
I saved my best. One of my best pictures now. Save them for later.
Yeah, I just looked at what the menorah is. Clearly menorahs are not festive. It's just, I don't think
Say, well, you did my Christmas tree a week ago. Yeah, a couple weeks ago. Yes, I got the Christmas tree there.
It's almost the same.
There's two people up here.
Tapped in here. I gotta go pretty up at the party.
Oh, yeah. But I feel like pressing the issue. I mean, I could have said something on it, I'm sure it was put out, but
Yeah.
I don't ask for invitations to parties. I don't care if I had to. I'll stand in lines to go places. You know, like what restaurant or clubs. Down the street, it's just as good. Of course, one we went into this when I went there, went back, it was up to the foundation. Yes, people are. Pretoria and Johannesburg.
Oh,
Pretoria.
Our bar?
Yeah.
They leveled it?
To the, it was down to the foundation. on
Probably
the
should have been done the day after we left.
Yeah. Luke's birthday party.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh Jesus. That was a night. That was 2 nights in a row.
Yeah. Christian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right?
Oh my god.
Well, there was Jason Reed. Went in, had 2 beers, and just watched everything. Clay hadn't drank for a long time. And then we walked in there, and I'm sitting there, and I got 2 beers there. Everything. Ice cold. And Clay's like looking at it, and I just go. Shoved it across the table to him.
We broke them.
And he's like,
I probably started this damn slide.
no.
Not when we were working.
Oh, afterwards, did he? Oh, really? Could be,
Yeah, divorce and all that.
Oh, really?
He was like a TV character, wasn't he?
Yeah.
decide not to go to the sticks, this path right here must be clear. So you guys can just swing that way. You can go.
I think us having these individual bills and having those votes is best, and then to merge them together to send to the Senate so they would have their one vote. I think the Democrats may see our Plan B, our rule option with the individual bills as a checkmate, and they would push for just a CR with everything in it minus the debt ceiling, and consider that a win for them. I think this is a huge win for us. I think Hakeem Jeffries sees this as a huge win for Republicans, and my stance is that's where we should go.
Just to be clear, what was presented is a vote to clean CR, and then separate votes on farm aid and disaster relief.
Correct.
I was going to ask what the suspension option was, but she made it clear there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as a reminder for you guys that have not done conference coverages in the morning, which we love to do every week, you're welcome to come every week. If the speaker does stop, don't forget this is still, like, this path does need to be maintained because you'll still have Scalise coming through, you'll still have Emmer coming through, and all of their details and staff. So we will do our best. So everybody get nice and cozy. Anything else that will help you guys?
I'm in pretty good shape.
Plus, he's like, he wasn't, he was like embarrassed by something.
Do you watch the whole thing?
Yeah.
Close?
No, he's still tired of it. But Jake Paul's not a boxer. He's not gonna fight. He stomps him. Don't worry about it. He's gonna be an influencer. Jake goes, I know him since I was little.
Yeah, my son was all this.
Yeah. He started out just doing dumb jokes, dumb pranks. And he became a boxer because several social media influencers became boxers just to compete in his own stuff a little bit. Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, he's entertaining. Well, she might come back, but she's not coming to come back.
No, she didn't.
Oh no,
My
when
kids,
she first
my kids knew who she was.
when she first came in there, she was like, everyone was like, oh, sunshine. But she was like super nice person too.
She was one of the good.
She's very nice. I mean, yeah, it's in your contract with Disney, you have to be a nice person for the rest of your life.
It helps that social media. Okay, how did that turn out?
The Rock has not turned out so good. He had a date with Disney, but he pissed him off somehow. Oh, is Red One, is that Disney? The Rock and Moana. Oh, the boys. Yeah, maybe it's the Ocean Patch though. Maybe it was tequila. It advertises tequila everywhere.
A lot of cool-headed discussions. I don't mean that sarcastically. I have been known for sarcasm. I think there's some cool-headed discussions going on what the best options are at this point. I think the speaker's doing his best to pull everyone together on that. I think we'll know more here shortly. So
Are you optimistic for a vote tonight?
there's going to be something voting on today. Yeah.
Today?
Discussion.
Did you get any clarity about
All right, 10-4. Hopefully all that will come.
How's the moon inside the meeting?
Well.
Mr. Fry, what's up?
Actually, no,
I think you're probably right.
Did he say, did Prince has like cool-headed conversations?
Yeah.
Cool-headed, is what he said?
maybe tomorrow.
Well, I just want to tell you this.
An hour? That's you an hour?
That's it.
Wow. That's 3 o'clock on a Friday afternoon.
Right? That's where I'm drawing the line here.
Okay, okay. Well, I'm sure that I will, I hope that I will. I hope that when I witness you in an hour, that it will not be something.
It won't be ugly. It'll take more of an incident to occur to truly go down.
Let's see how it goes.
Folks who have never seen this process are just, I'm just, kind of focused on the related issue here.
Oh, yeah.
Undemocratic votes in the House of Representatives, putting up suspension, effectively fast tracking the bill, or doing things by the normal round, waiting to watch the moral funding to get this one.
And that's a good thing. Maybe in many ways.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's good for whoever did it.
But that's part of it. So there's kind of a broader macro sort of
I don't know if there's enough people in this hall that can count for a bag.
We'll be right outside the room where House Republicans have been meeting for more than an hour, trying to figure out exactly what their path forward looks like. They're discussing a couple different options. They can just simply pass a bill to send that 2024 funding in March of 2025, or they're looking at something where they can take the bill from last night, the one that failed on the House floor, 38 Republicans voted no, and actually go ahead and break it down into bite-sized pieces. That's what you
How are things looking?
I was on there.
Gotta keep everybody on their toes, you know?
So, couple of 3 minutes to go. Grounds for
What's the base?
I did not get to hear it, so I'm assuming.
It's
been decided, I'm not there, which is great.
It's been decided or decided for you by that. So
exactly right.
Lack of action.
Take it.
Ich bin zunächst einmal sehr erleichtert darüber, dass es noch eine Vereinbarung gegeben hat, und zwar vor Weihnachten. Das waren besonders schwierige und es waren gleichzeitig besonders harte Verhandlungen. Schwierig wegen der Herausforderungen, vor denen die Automobilindustrie. Die Härte der Verhandlungen, die ergibt sich schon aus der enormen Dauer. Die Verhandlungskommissionen haben ja nicht nur tagelang, sondern jetzt auch in dieser Woche mehrere Nächte lang miteinander gerungen. Am Ende ist es aber doch noch gelungen, den Arbeitnehmern, ihren Familien, vielen Betroffenen noch vor Weihnachten Klarheit zu verschaffen, was dort bestimmt auch als Erleichterung wahrgenommen wird. Dafür hat sich dieser ganz ungewöhnliche Einsatz gelohnt und ich bedanke mich herzlich bei allen Beteiligten, die dazu beigetragen haben. Diese Einigung ist aber auch für das Unternehmen selbst eine gute Nachricht. Die vergangenen Wochen und Monate und die Auseinandersetzungen, die in diesem Zeitraum stattgefunden haben, die haben Volkswagen nicht gut getan. Sie wirken belastend nach innen und nach außen. Die heutige Einigung bietet die Chance, dass nach den Differenzen der vergangenen Monate jetzt ein Schlussstrich möglich ist und man mit dem Jahresanfang sich wieder gemeinsam auf das konzentrieren kann, um was es geht, nämlich ganz und gar die Produktion und den Verkauf von erstklassigen Fahrzeugen, die am Ende dann eben den wirtschaftlichen Erfolg und die Arbeitsplätze sichern. Die Landesregierung hat in diesen Diskussionen immer wieder unsere Maßstäbe zum Ausdruck gebracht für den weiteren Weg von Volkswagen. Das ist zunächst einmal die Wiederherstellung einer uneingeschränkten Wettbewerbsfähigkeit des Unternehmens, und zwar durch Senkung der Kosten. Das war notwendig. Zweitens die Erwartung, dass Werksschließungen vermieden werden müssen, um die industrielle Infrastruktur abzusichern, aber damit eben auch die Arbeitsplätze der Zukunft. Und drittens, wir haben sehr klar unsere Ablehnung gegenüber betriebsbedingten Kündigungen zum Ausdruck gebracht. Daran gemessen ist das Verhandlungsergebnis aus unserer Sicht sehr positiv zu bewerten. Den Parteien ist ein Tarifwerk gelungen, dessen Umfang und dessen Reichweite wirklich beeindruckend ist. Es ist, wenn ich das so sagen darf, ein Riesenpaket geworden, das die Zukunft von Volkswagen nachhaltig absichert. Die Rentabilität des Unternehmens wird sich wesentlich erhöhen. Das ist deswegen von so großer Bedeutung, weil damit die Investitionskraft von Volkswagen gesichert wird und damit verbunden viele Zukunftsprojekte ermöglicht werden. Es geht also an diesem Punkt um die Zukunftsfähigkeit, die nachhaltig gestärkt wird. Grundlage dafür, das muss man an dieser Stelle sagen, sind insbesondere auch eine nachhaltige Absenkung der Arbeitskosten, der Zahl der Arbeitsplätze und auch eine Reduzierung der Kapazitäten in den einzelnen Werken. Und ich möchte an dieser Stelle ausdrücklich hervorheben, dass darin eben auch ein großes Verantwortungsbewusstsein seitens der IG Metall und des Betriebsrates zum Ausdruck kommt, das ich gerne würdigen möchte. Das gilt zweitens, bezogen auf unsere Maßstäbe, aber auch für die Sicherung der bestehenden Standorte. Da ist zum einen aus unserer Sicht die klare Perspektive für den Standort Emden hervorzuheben. Der Standort Emden war in seiner Existenz bedroht, aber anstelle einer Schließung wird in Emden auch in Zukunft die Produktion von leistungsstarken Elektroautos stattfinden. Es werden dort alle dafür notwendigen Investitionen vorgenommen werden. Und das ist für die Menschen in Ostfriesland mit Sicherheit eine erlösende Nachricht. Der Standort Osnabrück steht aufgrund seiner eingeschränkten Kapazitäten vor besonderen Herausforderungen. Es ist bekannt, dort soll jetzt bis zum Jahr 2027 die Fahrzeugproduktion in jedem Fall fortgesetzt werden. Parallel dazu steht Volkswagen in der Verantwortung, so ist es vereinbart, eine weitere industrielle Nutzung zu realisieren. Dabei ist unter anderem auch eine Investorensuche gedacht. Julia Willi Hamburg und ich werden als Vertreterinnen und Vertreter der Landesregierung im Aufsichtsrat sehr genau darauf achten, dass die zugesicherten Perspektiven für die Standorte in Niedersachsen eingelöst werden. Schließlich und endlich, auch das ist bekannt, werden mit der Vereinbarung betriebsbedingte Kündigungen ausgeschlossen und es gibt eine Beschäftigungsgarantie für die Stammbelegschaft bis zum Jahre 2030. Damit sind dann diejenigen Gesichtspunkte, die für uns von Anfang an die entscheidenden gewesen sind, allesamt besonders berücksichtigt, abgesichert und wir können im Gesamtergebnis dieses Tarifwerk aus guten Gründen unterstützen. Aber es besteht natürlich, und das muss sehr klar gesagt werden, überhaupt kein Grund zum Jubeln. Zu der Einigung der Sozialpartner zählt eben auch ein erheblicher Abbau von Arbeitsplätzen. Nach Angaben des Vorstands handelt es sich um etwa 35.000 Arbeitsplätze, die bis zum Jahr 2030, also in den nächsten 6 Jahren, nach und nach sozialverträglich abgebaut werden sollen. Vielleicht muss man erläuternd hinzufügen, etwa 2 Drittel davon waren zum Abbau bereits vorgesehen, und zwar entlang der sogenannten demografischen Kurve. Es ging dabei also darum, dass man sich schon seit etlichen Jahren einig war, solche Stellen nicht wieder neu zu besetzen, wo beispielsweise Beschäftigte in den Ruhestand gehen. Aber 1 Drittel der genannten Zahl von Arbeitsplätzen ist jetzt neu hinzugekommen. Und man muss oft unnüchtern sagen, eine deutliche Mehrzahl dieser Arbeitsplätze wird sich in Niedersachsen befinden. Wie viele und wo, das muss in den nächsten Tagen nach und nach konkretisiert werden. Aber das gehört eben auch zum Ergebnis der Tarifeinigung. Dieser Verlust ist schmerzlich und daran kann auch der sozialverträgliche Abbau der Arbeitsplätze nichts ändern. Der Arbeitnehmerseite, das will ich ebenfalls ausdrücklich sagen, gebührt Respekt dafür, auch insoweit Mitverantwortung übernommen zu haben. Für uns als Landesregierung ist entscheidend, dass diese Maßnahmen unvermeidbar sind, um Volkswagen fit für die Zukunft zu machen. Dabei geht es eben auch gerade um die niedersächsischen Standorte, die diese Maßnahmen benötigen, um ihre Wettbewerbsfähigkeit herzustellen. Und Wettbewerbsfähigkeit, das ist und bleibt die Grundlage dafür, dass man wirtschaftlichen Erfolg hat und dass es sichere und gute Arbeitsplätze gibt. Genau diese Strukturen bleiben auf der Grundlage der Vereinbarung in Niedersachsen damit erhalten. Und deswegen wird Niedersachsen sich auch in Zukunft mit Fug und Recht ein Autoland nennen können. Letztlich will ich sagen, hinter den Tarifparteien.
Well, if you do it on the suspension, you need Democrats. If you do it on the rule, 50% plus 1 would be Republicans.
And you said you're supportive.
Both.
Which one did you say was more affirmative vote for every part of the package?
Wait, so hold on. Are you expecting a rule or suspension?
I don't know. It's 2 different. It's a binary choice.
So hold on. So you'll support, if it's option B, you'll support
The rule.
reporting the rule out of committee.
Correct.
You'll support the rule on the floor.
Correct.
And you'll support all 3.
Correct.
And if it's suspension, you'll vote yes.
I'll vote yes.
You're easy today.
Why were you opposed to the original package then?
It had funding for the Francis Scott Key Bridge, it had molasses training.
That still
it had-
isn't, the bridge is still in there.
I don't think so. I don't think the bridge is in there.
It was yesterday.
I
It's in
think
the
that's
design.
out. But it's a lot better package. The cuts are far greater than what they were. And you're not giving Democrats an upper hand to have an indefinite shutdown, which they would do.
Can you walk us through the debt ceiling portion of it? So that would be in reconciliation?
In reconciliation, 1.5 and 2.5 cuts.
When would you expect that to come up? Like, is there a deadline for that?
With extraordinary measures, you really are past June with the debt ceiling. So I'd say in the second tranche for reconciliation.
And again, if he chooses the second option, you expect the rules to start meeting at midnight.
Correct.
To get a rule, and then they'd go to the floor immediately.
Correct. So, we'll see.
Thank you, Mr. Norman.
Thank you.
So CR on suspension today?
If they do, yes.
CR's
Yeah, that's
on
right.
suspension today, and then they'll do the others.
No. If they do it on suspension, they do it today, presumably. If
That
they do
requires
a rule,
Dems.
it
If
would
they
still
can't
require
get
Dems,
Dems,
of course.
then they'll do the midnight.
I mean, he's saying it's up to them. He's saying he is implying that obviously Democrats would vote for the suspension bill. It's the only way it would happen.
It was great. He had no idea. That is definitely still in the bill.
Oh, that's 100%.
It's definitely in the bill.
What is still in it?
The
Francis Scott Key Bridge, unless they pulled the bridge from the bill.
Did he mean the stadium?
No, I think
He probably.
So the idea is that the suspension bill would be identical to yesterday's minus debt ceiling.
Unless they go in and rewrite that, it is in the bill. The disaster part of the original bill stayed exactly the same.
Yeah, which in the Francis Scott Key is disaster.
Yes. So it got included. It was a trade-off for the RFK thing.
Right.
But the RFK thing got jettisoned, and Maryland still got paid off.
Maryland still gets.
Yeah.
I thought the you mean the Jets?
Ooh, they may have in the original. That's
Yeah. They get the Jets in the original.
Okay. So they're not getting the Jets. But the stadium still is in.
I didn't know stadium and
But
bridge were
my favorite
connected.
thing is Comer said you could do the stadium and reconciliation because it saves money.
Yes, because it's, wait, weren't you the one, somebody told me yesterday, they spent $150,000 on the interior department upkeep of the stadium, and if it goes to the DC government, they don't have to spend
Yeah,
that
so
money.
no, but which I think may surprise Maryland people. Like it's sort of amazing. Like this is something Comer so enthusiastic.
So this is the reason that this decrepit, like fire hazard stadium is standing there. This is why the stadium is just like rusting.
Maybe just trace the money to Homer. It's a really doable story.
Has it not been done? I've read it before.
No.
Do you think that would back to CR as a rule?
No.
If they,
I think they would vote for it. Just a wild guess, to make a reckless guess.
I mean, can they would say that they're not going to CR and shut down the I don't know.
that would be hard.
I feel like they wouldn't
Then
go
again,
with either option.
What is the,
I just they've suffered enough. Either option is better for Democrats than what they did yesterday.
and they also were only at 200 yesterday, Democrats, which could have already slipped another 5 to 10.
But the Republican system starts to slip down. Like it's also
True.
The big, what I follow is Republicans they don't know what
Do you mind keeping an eye out while I
They're
send
giving
this
Trump
out?
the finger.
Do you mind keeping an eye out while I send this out? Thank you.
No, we're talking to them. I hope he's on board. And that could screw this up. So we can. Yeah. I mean, they can't do.
Do we have a decision?
Mr. Chairman.
Congressman, do we have a decision?
Not my music, no. Should the speaker or...
Congressman.
Mr. Loudermilk, how's it going?
Good, how are you
Did
doing?
you guys settle on an option for this stuff?
I think so. So I think we're good.
Gonna do a rule?
I don't think so. I think we're going to go back straight up to 4.
Suspension?
Wait, which one are they going with?
I think we're going to go with the suspension.
Is Jeffries on board with what the GOP conference has
You
decided?
don't have to speak about that.
Member for the Indiana delegation. There you go.
Make it 12.
How's the mood coming out of the meeting?
Excellent.
You seem happy.
Congressman Jordan, how's the mood right now?
Oh, it's wonderful.
Could do a suspension vote.
Suspension?
No, we're so
When do we expect to vote? When do we think we're voting? Home by Christmas? Congressman, how are we feeling about a vote timing?
Timing. Hopefully within the next 90 minutes.
So do you think this can pass on suspension?
I hope it does. I'll be voting for it.
And what plan was decided?
Well, it's coming out. It'll be out shortly. Largely the plan from last night without the debt limit.
For the debt limit, does that end up rolling into a reconciliation bill later on?
That's the plan.
And
We shall see.
so the plan is to put, just to clarify, the plan is to go to suspension vote, not a rule later tonight at midnight.
I believe that is how the speaker will proceed. That is what we voted for. We all seem to agree to, and I believe that's how the speaker will proceed.
Did you agree to with a show of hands inside the conference room?
We agreed, and I think we'll know for sure very shortly, but I do think you'll see a vote very soon.
Are Trump and Musk going to be happy with this plan?
We wouldn't do it if they weren't. I wouldn't do it if they weren't, to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you.
90 minutes.
90 minutes of vote.
That's what he said.
That's what he said. Doesn't mean that's going to happen.
We have a unified Republican conference. There is a unanimous agreement in the room that we need to move forward. I will not telegraph to you the specific details of that yet because I've got a couple of things I got to wrap up in a few moments upstairs, but I expect that we will be proceeding forward. We will not have a government shutdown, and we will meet our obligations for our farmers who need aid, for the disaster victims all over the country, and for making sure that military and essential services and everyone who relies upon the federal government for a paycheck is paid over the holidays. I'll give you the more details here in just a few moments.
Have you talked to President-elect Trump about this? Have you talked to the President-elect, Mr. Speaker?
Guys, please heads up. Heads up this way. Make way.
Sir, is there a vote this afternoon, and what time?
Very likely, yes.
Yeah, it's like you're just gonna be in the way. Sorry.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Well, this part is over there.
I'm doing the pool, so if you want to send it out to that right
Are 38, you know, 38, 190, whatever it is. So you have to understand that the Republicans last night were voting on principle, and the Democrats last night were voting on politics. So you're going to see what happens today, and if the overwhelming majority of the Democrats, or enough Democrats, vote to pass this thing today, you know who you're dealing with.
Do you have a sense of the timing, though? Like, really soon?
What else are we doing? You know what I mean?
The speaker just
We
said
had
that-
sandwiches, and I talked to my staff. They had lunch. What else are we doing?
The speaker said that there's still some things to iron out. Did he mention what those issues were? If there's people that need
He did, but the reason I'm invited into private conversations is because I don't leak stuff like some of my colleagues apparently sent you guys texts of what we're talking about. I will never do that.
Do you know if Donald Trump is read in on this?
What did I just say?
I'm sorry,
I
I
just
didn't
said
hear.
the reason I'm invited to private conversations, I don't leak stuff like some of my colleagues, which I think is actually pathetic.
Put this in a broader perspective. How does this feel how you're ending this Congress after the way it started and everything?
Oh, it's pretty much the way it started. But here's the difference, and this, I'm the eternal optimist. What we just worked through is a whole bunch of different machinations of working with what's going to be a friendly Senate and a friendly executive branch. So I'm really glad that we got all these bumps and warts and all that stuff out now, so that when Donald Trump on January 20th takes the executive branch and we get the Senate, it'll be smooth sailing.
And do you think January 3rd will be smooth sailing too?
That could be. I don't know. You know what I mean? I can't lose any more hairs, so what's the big deal?
And I guess at this point, what's a few more ballots after you've been through so many already in your first?
You know what? Apparently, now this is just a rumor, but apparently you don't have to vote 15 times to get a speaker, more than once. Right? So I don't know. We'll find out January 3rd.
Do you think Johnson should get any brownie points for how he managed to pivot twice on this thing, and how he brought the conference into the conversation? A lot of flack for not being transparent enough. It sounds like he's made a lot of effort today to at least try to address that.
I think the equivalent of what Mike Johnson has had to do over the last couple weeks is like trying to eat a live porcupine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That ain't easy.
You think he should get
And so he has eaten the porcupine.
The porcupine has been consumed.
So now it's the digesting the porcupine?
Yeah, that takes a long time, doesn't it?
But do you think that...
It's just a strange analogy, isn't it?
But do you think some of your other colleagues that have been very critical of Johnson in the lead up to this period will kind of see that perspective?
I think it would be really interesting if we could play a game like Speaker for the Day and have people who are incredibly critical of other people in positions of leadership try to do their job for a day. I think there'd be a lot different attitudes.
Anyone you want to nominate for that?
No, actually, he left Congress already, didn't he? I believe he's working for OAN.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Merry Christmas to everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
So, well, man.
We're not going to let them leave our farmers and our farm families on the field. We're just not going to do it.
Yeah. But then at least he segues.
All right, we're done here.
Let's go.
Finito?
I didn't see any foot feet.
Thank you guys for your service.
I was I think we're probably okay. We're done soon. Just give it a beat. I'm gonna send this last note and then.
There's like 2 people in there.
Yeah.
Apparently, Johnson already left. They're splitting it.
Okay. Thanks.
Leadership's all out. There's like maybe a handful of people left.
Did Johnson go to center? Did he stop at center? Somebody stopped at center.
Congressman, how are you feeling coming out of that meeting?
I'm probably not going to make my flight today.
Do you think that this plane can pass under suspension, or do you expect a rule later tonight?
I think it could pass. I think it could. I would like to see a reduction in costs, and I'd like to see a reduction.
Are you going to vote for this plan?
I don't know yet. I'm leaning no.
Are you going to vote for this?
See you later.
Where's the closest bathroom? Right here.
Oh,
right.
Oh, thank you.
Just keep looking. You'll see it to your right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pool.
Fun times.
Is that in there?
I'd say less than 5 people.
Okay. Let's just give it like a.
What's less than person?
Let's give it like a minute because I gotta get these people.
4.5.
Okay, 4.5, right.
4.5.
So
And then I'll get
like
us
3 people
paid.
and 2 vehicles.
Yes.
That's okay.
One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
ja, ja.
The 9,827th meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is Threats to International Peace and Security. The agenda is adopted. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite Ms. Azumi Nakamitsu, High Representative for Disarmament Affairs, to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representative of Ukraine to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I now give the floor to Ms. Azumi Nakamitsu.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. More than 1,000 days have passed since the Russian Federation's full-scale invasion of Ukraine launched on 24th of February 2022 in violation of the UN Charter and of international law. Since then, hostilities across Ukraine have continued to escalate, exacerbating humanitarian needs. Since the last briefing to the Security Council on this topic on 31st of October 2024, we have continued to witness unacceptable levels of civilian death and injuries, as well as the systematic and deliberate targeting by Russian Federation of Ukraine's energy infrastructure. These large-scale attacks raise grave concerns for the welfare of civilians who are facing a winter of hardship and misery. Meanwhile, incidents of conflict-related sexual violence and other violations of human rights also remained a grave concern. All parties to any armed conflict have an obligation to respect and protect civilians and civilian objects, as well as to comply with applicable international law, including international humanitarian law, which prohibits, amongst others, indiscriminate and disproportionate attacks, and to support international efforts to investigate violations. Mr. President, transfers of arms and ammunition and the provision of other forms of military assistance to the armed forces of Ukraine have also continued. The transfers have reportedly included heavy conventional weapons such as battle tanks, armored combat vehicles, combat aircraft, helicopters, large caliber artillery systems, missile systems, and uncrewed combat aerial vehicles, as well as remotely operated munitions and small arms and light weapons and their ammunition. There have also been reports of states transferring or planning to transfer weapons such as uncrewed aerial vehicles, ballistic missiles and ammunition to the Russian armed forces, and that those weapons have been used and are likely to be used in Ukraine. Reports also refer to an increase in military cooperation between the DPRK and the Russian Federation. This includes reports of the DPRK having transferred military supplies such as ballistic missiles and artillery shells, as well as technical exchanges and DPRK troop deployment to the Kursk region of the Russian Federation. Although the United Nations is not in a position to verify or confirm any claims or reports made, the Secretary General issued a statement on 3rd of November, noting his concern about reports of troops from the DPRK being sent to the Russian Federation, including their possible deployment to the conflict zone. he said this would represent a very dangerous escalation of war in Ukraine. I reiterate that any transfer of weapons and ammunition must take place consistently with the applicable international legal framework, including relevant Security Council resolutions which, in certain instances, impose sanctions and restrictive measures on such transfers. Mr. President, the use of armed uncrewed aerial vehicles and missiles by the Russian Federation continues to cause civilian death and injuries, as well as damage to civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. On 21st of November, the President of the Russian Federation confirmed that Russia had tested a new conventional medium-range missile called Oreshnik. This followed the use of US and UK-provided long-range weapons by the armed forces of Ukraine against the territory of the Russian Federation, some of which reportedly resulted in damage to civilian objects. I urge all concerned to refrain from any steps that may lead to further spillover and intensification of the conflict, as well as any further harm to civilians. Indeed, between 24th February 2022 and 30th of November 2024, the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, OHCHR, recorded over 12,340 civilians killed and more than 27,836 civilians injured in Ukraine. The same office notes that 42% of casualties in Ukraine in November resulted from the use of long-range weapons launched by the Russian Federation, a significant increase from previous months. According to the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine verified data, aerial bombs killed 341 civilians and injured 1,803 from 1 January through 30 November 2024, a threefold increase in fatalities and a sixfold increase in injuries from aerial bombs compared to 2023. In addition, there have also been reports of a number of cross-border strikes using missiles and uncrewed aerial vehicles by Ukraine inside the Russian Federation, with some reportedly resulting in damage to civilian objects. Just like any other weapons or weapon systems, armed uncrewed aerial vehicles and missiles must not be used in a manner inconsistent with international humanitarian law. The use of explosive weapons in populated areas remains one of the most significant threats to civilians in armed conflict. Such use of these weapons is unacceptable in view of the well-documented pattern of civilian harm and the likelihood of indiscriminate effects. Reports of the use and transfer of cluster munitions remain deeply concerning due to the indiscriminate harm these weapons can cause and the widespread contamination they leave behind. Equally alarming are recent announcements regarding the transfers of non-persistent anti-personnel landmines. These explosive devices are prohibited under the Convention on the Prohibition of the Use, Stockpiling, Production, and Transfer of Anti-Personnel Mines and on their destructions. The universal participation in and the full implementation at all times and under any circumstances of the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention and the Convention on Cluster Munitions and Convention on Prohibitions or restrictions on the use of certain conventional weapons must remain a priority. I reiterate my call on all states to abide by their international humanitarian law obligations and to become parties as a matter of priority to disarmament treaties and comply with the obligations therein. Compliance with these obligations is crucial in preventing unnecessary suffering or superfluous injury to persons and in protecting civilians. I also reiterate the Secretary General's call for states to reduce the human cost of weapons, including by endorsing the political declaration on strengthening the protection of civilians from the humanitarian consequences arising from the use of explosive weapons in populated areas, if they have not already done so, and establish mechanisms to mitigate harm to civilians. Mr. President, measures to prevent and mitigate the risk of diversion of weapons and ammunition are key for preventing further instability and insecurity in Ukraine, the region, and beyond. Such efforts by all parties involved in arms transfers will also be essential to post-conflict recovery. Universal participation in arms control treaties and instruments, along with their full and effective implementation, is key to preventing the diversion of conventional arms and regulating the international arms trade. This includes Arms Trade Treaty, the Firearms Protocol, the Program of Action on Small Arms and Light Weapons and its international tracing instrument, and the Global Framework for Through-Life Conventional Ammunition Management. Mr. President, I reiterate Secretary General's call for just, lasting, and comprehensive peace in Ukraine, consistent with the UN Charter and in line with the relevant General Assembly resolutions. The United Nations will continue to stand ready to use our good offices and to support all meaningful efforts to this end. I thank you very much for your attention.
I thank Ms. Nakamitsu for her briefing. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as representative of the United States. Thank you, Undersecretary General Nakamitsu, for your briefing. Colleagues, this is my last council session with you. Allow me to be direct. Nearly 3 years ago, when Russia invaded Ukraine, the Kremlin believed it could conquer another sovereign nation in violation of the UN Charter with little resistance. The Ukrainians, for their part, proved the Kremlin wrong and are courageously fighting for their homeland and future, for their Ukrainian identity, for their children, for their freedom, for their lives. The United States, as a permanent member of this Council, and along with partners from around the globe, will continue to help Ukraine defend itself from Russia's aggression. This is because we still believe in the UN Charter, which should remain the foundation of states' conduct. Ukraine must prevail against Russia's war of choice. There must be a just, sustainable peace rooted in the UN Charter. This document, the UN Charter, has meaning. It has helped keep the world safe from the scourge of another world war for 80 years. For 80 years, through thick and thin, this Council has worked together to uphold its principles and to oppose territorial conquest. But today, a permanent member of this Council is openly and unashamedly violating the UN Charter. Russia is violating resolutions of this Council, which it voted for, resolutions meant to keep a rogue nation from acquiring nuclear weapons. Nearly 3 years ago, we sat with the Russians in this chamber, urging de-escalation, negotiations, peace talks, anything but war. The Kremlin did not listen then, because Putin does not listen to the words spoken here. In that regard, I have to refer to another permanent member of this Council. China's support for Russia is in clear contradiction to the principles of the UN Charter. China has said in this Council that sovereignty and territorial integrity should be respected. But if China were serious about that, it would use its influence to stop Russia from violating Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Let's look not at China's words, but its actions. China continues to supply Russia's war industrial base with dual-use items, like bomb-making materials, machine parts, equipment and tools for weapons factories, technology powering drones and missiles. Russia needs these Chinese products for its attacks against Ukraine's civilians and infrastructure. Chinese companies provide them, profit from them. By continuing to permit these exports, Beijing's telegraphs tacit approval of Russia's war, and PRC companies have even helped develop and produce long-range attack UAVs for Russia. If China truly wants a peaceful resolution to Russia's war against Ukraine, it must end its supply to Russia's war machine, impose sanctions on Russia, call on Russia to withdraw its troops, and lead the international community as a permanent member of this council responsible for safeguarding the principles of the UN Charter. Instead, China is a decisive enabler of Russia's war against Ukraine and has refused to use its influence constructively. It has given Russia political cover by repeating Russia's false justifications for the war and by suggesting we should ignore the UN Charter because, quote, the situation on the ground has changed, unquote. China has suggested we not link Russia's aggression in Ukraine with the DPRK's pursuit of nuclear weapons, while it is clear Russia is helping the DPRK with its nuclear ambitions in return for troops and weapons to use against Ukraine. When it comes to Russia, China has demonstrated it is not a legitimate actor for peace. In this council, China outlined its three principles for the war: no expansion of the battlefield, no escalation of the conflict, and no provocations. But China stood aside as Russia violated all three principles by bringing the DPRK into the conflict. Russia has deployed nearly 12,000 DPRK troops, including elite special forces, to fight against Ukraine. Russia has also violated multiple resolutions of this council by importing from the DPRK more than 20,000 shipping containers of munitions containing at least 6 million heavy artillery rounds and well over 100 ballistic missiles. China has considerable influence with both Moscow and Pyongyang, but it has declined to use that influence to oppose Russia-DPRK military cooperation. China has not criticized Russia for importing missiles and Shahed drones from Iran, or for testing on the people of Ukraine an experimental hypersonic missile capable of carrying a nuclear warhead. In this council, China has called for the protection of civilians and prisoners of war, but China has failed to condemn Russia's forces for committing summary executions, arbitrary detentions, torture, rape, and other forms of sexual violence, forced deportations of hundreds of children, deliberate attacks on Ukraine's energy grid and other critical infrastructure. China did not end its support to Russia when Russia weakened global food security by blockading grain exports through the Black Sea and by attacking grain ships, grain ports, and Ukraine's food production. Colleagues, Russia listens only to strength in action, something we collectively lacked when Russia invaded Crimea and when it invaded Georgia before that. Appeasement didn't work then, and it won't work now. That is why the United States and our partners will continue supporting Ukraine and the UN Charter's fundamental principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity. As an international community, we must reject wars of aggression. Look, I understand there were airstrikes both ways across the Russia-Ukraine border in the past 24 hours. Regrettably, there are reports that civilians were killed on both sides. We shouldn't be here. No civilian, Russian or Ukrainian, should be suffering. Russia started this war, and Russia can end this suffering. This is, as I said, my last council meeting with you. It has been an honor to serve in this council. The work we do matters. Our willingness to hold bad actors responsible matters. I wish that I could leave you on a more positive note. If Russia isn't held accountable, many more people will suffer in preventable wars. No leader should ever again believe they can conquer another country and not face a united global resistance. The world must always respond with strength to deter further aggression. I thank you for your camaraderie and leave you with my best wishes and with hope. I thank you. I resume my function as President of the Council. There it is. Right. Yeah, thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Mr. President, taking into account that this is your last meeting of the Council, please allow me to be very candid. We have always been, after all, but you have decided to only do so today, as you've just announced. If the United States had not supported the coup d'etat in Kiev in 2014, had not sponsored it, had not made Ukraine into an anti-Russia, had not allowed Ukraine, the Kiev regime, to undermine the Kiev agreements, which was something that was announced openly by the politicians who were supposed to be the guarantors of the agreement, then we wouldn't have had this at all. There would not have been the Crimea situation if the Kiev authorities, which came into power as a result of a coup in Kiev, had abided by the rights of all of its citizens instead of going against them with arms when they were conducting the so-called anti-terrorist operation using the army of Ukraine, which, by the way, is something that's prohibited in the Ukrainian constitution. Mr. President, even during the time that elapsed since our last meeting on Ukraine on the 16th of December, the trends that we pointed out then have become even more clear. And they can be summed up in the following manner. On the one hand, we have the United States administration, which lost the elections, but it's trying desperately to use up the remainder of monies to support Ukraine. At the same time, what is being done by the American politicians, the lame ducks, is in contradiction with the line that is proclaimed by the elect American president, who will enter into office on the 20th of January. On the other hand, the expired Ukrainian president, losing on the battleground, is doing everything he can to undermine any peaceful initiatives and to provoke Russia into escalating the conflict. Over the recent days, the former Ukrainian comedian has managed to make at least 3 steps taking us away from a peaceful resolution of the conflict. On the 18th of December in Moscow, there was an explosion as a result of which the head of the Radiation, Chemical and Biological Defense Forces was killed. Mr. Kirillov was killed and his assistants, and this was done at the behest of the Kiev regime. The next day, the perpetrator of this act of terror was apprehended, and he confirmed that he had been recruited by the Ukrainian Special Services. This crime supports fully the inhumane and terrorist nature of the current Ukrainian leadership. These crimes and others aimed against the Russian elite, military, creative, and political. What's behind them are the Western mentors of Kiev, and they are trying to not pay attention to what is going on and thus betraying those principles that they constantly proclaim internationally. In this regard, I would like to mention that General Kirillov has on many occasions provided facts confirming the military biological activity of Washington in Ukraine, and we have every reason to believe that in these closed biological laboratories by the United States, which are located all over the world, what was being done was biological weapons were being developed. And we would like to assure that the American puppeteers in Kiev that our investigations of these things will not end with the death of Mr. Kirillov. We need to shed light on all of the anti-humane experiences experiences on the Ukrainians. The next step to escalate was undertaken yesterday when yet another shelling was approved inside the Russian territory using long-range weaponry. On the 18th of December, ATACMS and Storm Shadows were used so as to strike a facility in Rostov Oblast. All of the missiles were destroyed by our air defense. One managed to impact damage on a technical building. The Kiev regime knew then that there would be immediate reaction to this strike. And it did happen. In the early hours of today, there was a group strike using precision long-range strike on a Ukrainian Air Force command post, the design bureau Luch, which deals with missile developments, and also the Patriot complex, which was nearby. The goals of that strikes were attained. All of the objects were hit, and according to our information, some high-ranking Ukrainian Ukrainian armed forces people were hit. And the third step now towards escalation, the mass missile strike against the city of Rilsk in the Kursk Oblast. This took place in the day today from the multiple rocket launch system HIMARS. The goal of the attack were the culture center, a stadium, a teacher's college, a school, and a fireman's unit. According to current information, 6 people died, including 1 child. 10 people are in a hospital. As you can understand, our reaction to this crime against peaceful citizens will not be long in coming. And acting this way, Zelensky ignores the interests and opinion of his own citizens, who a considerable number of them are speaking against new escalation steps as they lead to the destruction of companies and energy objects which are important for the Ukrainian economy. As a result of that, the capacity of Ukraine to live through this winter is something that many experts are questioning. But the former comedian, in order to keep himself in power, is prepared to endanger the entire country he is holding hostage and sacrifice all of its citizens. His henchmen are daily capturing people on the streets and sending them to the front. And this, of course, impacts the quality and the morale of the Ukrainian army. As a result, according to the Ukrainian military leaders themselves, the number of deserters at the end of November was 200,000 people. Just in November, 85,000 Ukrainian military left their positions. This is 3 times the number in October. Also, those Ukrainians which are being trained abroad are deserting. In Poland alone, on average, 12 people leave their training. In France, they are saying that the Anakivska brigade disappeared and the remain of the brigade had to be disbanded. And this is the elite of the Ukrainian army. The losses of the Ukrainian army in 2024 exceeded 560,000, and since 2022, that number is over 1 million. So the Western masters of Ukraine are trying not to notice that. For example, the outgoing Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, yesterday recently demanded that Kiev start mobilizing people as of 18 years of age. Currently, the age of recruitment is 26. Boris Johnson, the same person who prevented Russia and Ukraine of signing peace in the March of 2022, acknowledged in one of his interviews that the West is fighting Russia and Ukraine by proxy. Well, you remember what Lindsey Graham said something about that. In September 2023, he said assisting Ukraine by the United States, he called that a good investment for the American people. We're destroying the Russian army, he said, without losing a single soldier, he said triumphantly in Kiev. And very recently, Colonel Todd Schmidt, in his report, stated that the war in Ukraine became an open-air laboratory for the American military. Mr. President, calling the military campaign in Ukraine a good investment, Mr. Graham, when he was saying that, was not just using this as a figure of speech. Ukraine have become a gold mine for the military-industrial complex for Anglo-Saxon countries and its allies, most of all for the American companies. According to data in 2023, half of all of the weapons sales was by the American countries. They received $317 billion, 50% of global revenue from that. Overall, the revenue of 100 major weapons manufacturers in 2023, according to the data from the Stockholm Institute on Peace Research, reached $632 billion. It would be naive to think that these unprincipled traders would give up on their huge profits for the benefit of the hapless Ukrainians. At the same time, the military companies work in direct link with the Kiev regimes. 25 foreign lobby and consulting companies have started representing the interests of Ukraine free of charge. One of such companies is BGR Government Affairs, and their leadership publicly called for increasing military assistance to Kiev. By the way, one of their clients is a major supplier and exporter of weapons, the American Raytheon company. There's another method which is being used by the American military-industrial complex. It's the financing of analytical centers, and then conclusions on their use by the mass media. So money is being made not just by manufacturing their weapons to the Ukrainians, but they're also using the American citizens when they artificially pad the prices of their goods. Despite the fact that this undermines the well-being of Americans, the outgoing American administration is applying up with the manufacturing companies on this, especially since, as was said by Mr. Blinken, most of the $100 billion spent by Washington to Ukraine is spent within the American military-industrial complex. And this is the way this problem was commented by the independent Senator Bernie Sanders. He said that the military subcontractors padded their prices by 40% and sometimes as incredible as 4,000%. In October, the RTX Corporation and Raytheon that I just earlier mentioned is part of that, was fined $950 million for artificially hiking the prices for the Ministry of Defense. They also misled about their costs and bribes to make sure that they receive their contacts. Then Bernie Sanders continued and said that when you start talking about improving the lives of American workers, what he hears as a response is, no, we can't afford that. But when you start talking about the military-industrial complex, what he hears, yes, almost without any debate. We have already stated at the last meeting why this criminal campaign, including the man in the green sweatshirt, is so afraid of the audit of the amount given to Ukraine by the Trump team. And the European Union also should be talking about a possible audit. Ursula von der Leyen have already gave them 130 billion euros. 47.3 is military assistance. The words by Bernie Sanders only illustrate the level of corruption which accompanies Western supplies of weapons to the Kiev regime. We're discovering new details of this criminal business. Recently, for example, it was announced that the audit of the Department of Defense, the United States, showed that there was an incorrect inventory of the Javelin missiles to Kiev, and the Pentagon has to admit that the whereabouts of more than half of Javelin and Stingers sent to Ukraine are unknown. We can help our American colleagues here. If you want to know where they are, please take a look at the dark internet trading platforms, and you can see that terrorists of all kinds are buying them up, possibly so as to use them in the regional conflict somewhere in Africa or even in an American or European airport. You will have been warned by us about this. Distinguished colleagues, it's difficult to say what this will end up doing for Ukraine and its leader, who is trying to pull the wool over everyone's eyes by saying that he's ready for peace. In actual fact, he's doing everything to escalate the conflict. As we have stated many times, peace for him is the worst possible scenario because for him, with only 11% support on the part of the citizens of Ukraine, what we'll have to do then is organize elections and lose power, and then be held accountable for all of the crimes he committed against his own people when he became a pawn in the geopolitical game played by the West against Russia. Therefore, he is afraid of negotiations of any kind, and he rejects one peace initiative after another. For example, the recent one from President Orban about Christmas truce and POW exchange. The real attitude of the Kiev clique to any negotiations was expressed by the head of President's office, the Great Cardinal Andrei Yermak. He said that the real negotiations on peace will only start when Russia will have depleted all of its resources for military activities. As you all understand, what this means is never. This true face of the gang in power in Ukraine is something that we are familiar with. That we have no illusions, all the more so since, as we have stated, we do not need a frozen conflict. What we need is to make sure that there is a resolution, a just resolution, and a long-term one, and elimination all of the root causes for it, which everyone well knows. So my advice to all of those who is hoping that the military activities will stop, please do not have any illusions about the real intent of the comedian Zelensky. We never had them to begin with, and we therefore continue a special military operation whose goals will be implemented. And then, in conclusion, one more point. At the beginning of this month, a delegation of the United States insisted on having a meeting on Ukrainian children whose rights Russia is supposedly violating. We drew the attention of our colleagues then in contradistinction to the fabricated topic of the Ukrainian children, which is used by the Kiev regime so as to smear Russia. There are other children-related topics which demand the attention of the Security Council, in particular, the situation of children in Gaza, in the occupied Palestinian territory as a whole. We called at the time the United States to have a meeting on that before the presidency ends. Of course, our American colleagues did not heed this appeal of ours. The fate of the children in Gaza is not of interest to them, and this topic is inconvenient for their strategic ally, Israel. We think such double standards are unacceptable for this in the Security Council. We therefore are going to request a meeting on children in Palestine in January, and would ask the upcoming Algerian presidency to keep that in mind for their plan of work. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the High Representative for Disarmament Affairs for her briefing. This is the 17th time in the last year that Russia has called a meeting that seeks to rewrite history and undermine UN-verified facts. Their aim is to distort reality so thoroughly that the international community can no longer discern what is true. We continuously listen to Russia's attempt to justify its violation of the Charter, its invasion of a neighbour. But the Charter provides no justification for Russia's actions whatsoever. And now we sit here for the 17th time this year, listening to Russia try to tell us that Ukraine should not be permitted to defend itself against Russian aggression. That no matter how many weapons and troops Russia deploys or gets from third parties to prolong their aggression, Ukraine should be prevented from seeking support from its partners in defense of its sovereignty and territorial integrity. If Russia is so concerned about Ukraine's defensive action, then maybe Russia should stop invading. The solution is really very simple. Russia should withdraw its troops from its neighbour and cease its aggression. Russian weapons have now been used in Ukraine for over 1,000 days. They are targeting Ukrainian cities and energy infrastructure, leaving millions without essential services, not to mention the deadly, well-documented attacks on medical facilities. The WHO has recorded over 2,000 attacks on healthcare in Ukraine, including hospitals, since the start of Russia's invasion. and 12,000 Ukrainian civilians have been killed. 12,000 innocent lives, leaving behind grief and trauma for their families. But it is not Russia's weapons alone that are costing countless lives. DPRK and Iran have supplied Russia with munitions and ballistic missiles for use on the battlefield in Ukraine. And now thousands of DPRK troops have joined forces with Russia, prolonging the war and increasing the suffering of the Ukrainian people. And we know that DPRK will be extracting a high price in return, which has significant implications for global security, significant implications for all of us. Madam President, this Christmas I suggest the Russian delegation reads How Much Land Does a Man Need? By Leo Tolstoy. It's a story about a man who, in his greed to acquire more and more land, exhausts himself and dies. He's buried in a 6-foot grave, which is all the land he ends up with. The moral is quite clear. The Russians would do well to heed the wisdom of their forebears, because the supporters of Ukraine are on the right side of history. Until Russia ceases its aggression, we will continue to support Ukraine in defending itself. And we will continue to support their efforts to find a just and lasting peace based on the principles of the UN Charter. It was a breach of the Charter that brought us to this horrific situation, and only full adherence to the Charter will resolve it. And that means Russia ceasing its aggression and fully withdrawing from a sovereign and secure Ukraine. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom, and I now give the floor to the Republic of Korea's representative.
Thank you, Madam President. I extend my gratitude to High Representative Nakamitsu for the timely briefing. Today's meeting is the third that the Security Council has held this month on the situation in Ukraine. The topics addressed at the two last meetings, the war's impact on children and the attacks on critical infrastructure, still require urgent attention and action from the international community. In addition, just 2 days ago, we gathered once again in this august chamber to address another critical issue, non-proliferation, DPRK. And a majority of the Security Council members condemn the illegal military cooperation between Russia and North Korea then. On all previous occasions, we clearly heard the international community's collective voice urging Russia to end its unprovoked war against Ukraine. Colleagues, the Republic of Korea reiterates its consistent positions that Ukraine is acting to defend its people and its territories in line with the UN Charter and international law with the international community's assistance. Indeed, it is quite clear that this conflict began with Russia's invasion of a neighboring country in violation of the UN Charter. Needless to say, the global support for Ukraine's effort to safeguard its people and territory is entirely legitimate. For this region, as we have previously mentioned, we are of the view that today's meeting again on the issue of weapons transferred to Ukraine is irrelevant. Russia is arguing that Western countries' provision of weapons is prolonging the war. However, few countries would support this argument. The world knows the difference between an aggressor and a victim, as witnessed by the overwhelming majority of UN member states repeatedly condemning Russia in the General Assembly. Despite its best efforts, Russia cannot justify its unjust war against Ukraine, nor will it succeed in shifting blame regarding the origins of this illegal war and its subsequent escalation. To make a matter worse, military cooperation between Russia and North Korea is significantly intensifying. North Korea supplied Russia with large amounts of munitions, missiles, and artillery, violating the Security Council resolution. In addition, over 11,000 North Korean troops were sent to fight in Russia's war against Ukraine, with more than 1,000 casualties. This unexpected level of collusion raises serious concerns about the future of this illegal coalition. Their cooperation is undermining the global non-proliferation regime and making the conflict internationalized. The international community must unequivocally and resolutely condemn this illegal military cooperation and call for its immediate cessation. Madam President, as people in other parts of the world look forward to gathering with their beloved families and friends for the holidays, Ukrainians are enduring harsh winter conditions, a situation exacerbated by Russia's illegal and inhumane attacks against Ukraine's energy network affecting over 1 million civilians. We once again urge Russia, as a responsible permanent member of the Security Council, to change course and end this brutal war. The first crucial step would be the return of North Korean troops, as well as their own back home where they belong. We hope that 2025 will be the year Ukrainians can finally return to the peaceful lives they knew before the war. The Republic of Korea will continue to stand with Ukraine and its people in their efforts to achieve a just, lasting peace and make this hope a reality. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Madam President, I would like to begin by thanking the High Representative, Madam Izumi Nakamitsu, for her briefing. This umpteenth meeting on transfers of arms requested by Russia is only a smokescreen to mask the way in which it continues to treat the sovereignty and independence of Ukraine. There is one aggressor, Russia, which has attacked a sovereign country that was not threatening it at all. And there is a party under attack, Ukraine, which is free, like any country, to choose its future. Russia cannot shift to others the responsibility for a conflict that it chose to unleash and that it has continued for almost 3 years without any respect for international law. Let us remember that Russia ignored the order of the International Court of Justice, which ordered it on the 16th of March 2022 to immediately suspend its military operations. It has ignored resolutions of the General Assembly of the United Nations, which condemned this aggression 7 times with a broad majority, a very broad majority, and called for the respect for the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Let us say this once again. Russia can choose at any time to cease its aggression without harming its own security. Article 51 of the Charter is very clear. Ukraine has the right to defend itself. The exercise of this right of legitimate defense includes the possibility to take out Russian military targets involved in operations targeting Ukrainian territory. Madam President, for more than 1,000 days, Russia has violated international humanitarian law by carrying out systematic strike campaigns on civilian populations and Ukrainian civilian infrastructure, particularly in the energy sector. Whilst Ukraine is preparing to enter its 3rd winter of war, France will remain committed to respond to the humanitarian needs of the Ukrainian population. The pursuit by Russia of this illegal aggression, which is facilitated by transfers of arms and is supporting this war effort. Russia continues to undermine the international architecture for non-proliferation by procuring ballistic missiles and drones from Iran in violation of Security Council resolutions which it supported, also receiving munitions and ballistic missiles from North Korea. The deployment in Russia of North Korean soldiers and their fighting alongside Russian forces is another escalation. This commitment, which was probably not expected for Pyongyang, is unacceptable and must be condemned by the international community. France calls upon all states to abstain from providing dual-use goods and any components which feed into this war of aggression. Madam President, France, with our partners, will continue to stand alongside Ukraine and support it in all respects as long as necessary. We will continue to provide Ukraine with indispensable military support for defending its independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity in accordance with the Charter. The so-called capitulation of the party under attack cannot be the condition for negotiations. It will never be the foundation for a just and lasting peace. This can only ever be based on respect for the fundamental principles of the Charter, and therefore the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence of Ukraine. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Slovenia.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to thank Jozžena Kamitsu for her briefing. Let me make a couple of points on behalf of my delegation. Firstly, every country has an inalienable right to defend itself in accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter. By extension, every country has the right to procure the means to defend themselves. As underlined by USG Nakamitsu, the acquisition itself must be in line with the international legal framework, which among others includes resolutions adopted by this Council. It is worth pointing out to the source of inconsistencies with international law during this war. It is Russia that illegally invaded Ukraine. At the same time, for over a year now, reports about artillery shell and ballistic missile transfers from the DPRK have been mounting. And these weapons have been sustaining the ongoing aggression. This represents a violation of Security Council resolutions and needs to be further addressed. The Wednesday's briefing was informative in this regard. Secondly, we are gravely concerned with the extent of mine use in Ukraine. Russia has already laid an estimated 2 million mines, making Ukraine the most mine-contaminated country in the world. To date, more than 1,200 civilian victims of mines and explosive remnants of war were documented. This is just the start, as these weapons will pose a threat to the civilian population for years to come. In this regard, we call for the full respect of the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention. Madam President, Slovenia is greatly concerned with the escalation of this war. It is engulfing more and more territories. We're witnessing ever larger aerial attacks and use of modernized weapons with more firepower. Each day of the war increases the risk of spillover and of crossing the point of no return. We need peace in Ukraine as soon as possible. It cannot come a moment too soon. But for it to last, it needs to be in line with the UN Charter and international law. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Slovenia for their remarks, and I now give the floor to the representative of Guyana.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank High Representative Nakamitsu for the important updates provided. Today's meeting comes on the heels of alarming reports of further escalations in the war between Russia and Ukraine. Media reports this morning of a missile strike that damaged 6 foreign diplomatic missions in Kyiv and killed at least 1 individual are deeply distressing. Guyana maintains that any attack directed against a diplomatic facility is unacceptable. We reaffirm the provisions of the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations of 1961, including the inviolability of diplomatic premises and call for a full and impartial investigation into this incident. Madam President, UN agencies grappling with the humanitarian fallout of this war have all sounded the alarm about the gravity and scale of the violations of international humanitarian law and international human rights law being committed in Ukraine. In addition to reports of human rights abuses, one persistent pattern observed is the almost willful disregard for the principles of distinction, proportionality, and distinction with the use of weapons that are indiscriminate by nature and where the effects of their use cannot be limited as required under international humanitarian law. In their latest update, the Human Rights Monitoring Mission to Ukraine has noted an increase in civilian casualties from the use of aerial glide bombs in densely populated urban centers, including Kharkiv, Sumy, and Zaporizhia. The Office of the High Representative for Disarmament Affairs has also repeatedly expressed concern about reports of the use of cluster munitions and widespread contamination with mines and explosive remnants of war in Ukraine, underscoring that these weapons can contaminate communities for decades to come. According to the United Nations Development Programme, Ukraine is now considered the most mined country in the world, with potentially 23% of its land at risk of contamination with landmines and unexploded ordnance. It is estimated that clearing landmines and unexploded ordnance in Ukraine is likely to cost over $34 billion. Several reports indicate that most civilian casualties recorded to date were caused by use of explosive weapons with wide area effects in populated areas, such as artillery shells and rockets, bombs, missiles, loitering munitions, and other explosive munitions dropped by unmanned aerial vehicles. As a state party to the Convention on Cluster Munitions and Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention, Guyana is gravely concerned about the devastating and lasting impact of the use of landmines and cluster munitions. They have no place in this world. We also emphasize the fact that conventional arms and ammunitions are at risk of diversion throughout their life cycle, and even more so when they are transferred into an armed conflict. We call upon all states transferring weapons and ammunition into the conflict area to comply fully with their obligations under international law and with the international disarmament instruments to which they are party. Weapons transfers must be conducted within the existing international legal framework, including UN Security Council resolutions, and with adequate controls in place to prevent their irregular transfer. We also continue to stress that any lasting solution to this conflict will not be achieved through military action, but rather through diplomacy and good faith negotiations conducted in accordance with the provisions of the UN Charter and international law. In conclusion, Madam President, we reiterate our call for the Russian Federation to withdraw its military forces from the internationally recognized territory of Ukraine and urge the parties to commit to a political and diplomatic process towards ending the conflict. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Guyana for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Japan.
Thank you, Madam President. I also thank High Representative Izumi Nakamitsu for her briefing. On Monday, Council members once again condemned the humanitarian consequences caused by Russia's aggression, a blatant violation of the UN Charter. Today's meeting was called by Russia with a shamefully familiar topic to discuss the so-called increasing weapon supplies by the West to the Kyiv regime. As always, this is totally misguided. Make no mistake, there's only one aggressor in this conflict. It was Russia and no other that launched this unprovoked war of aggression. It is Russia that has systematically violated international law, including the UN Charter, and escalated the situation. The country under attack is Ukraine, which is defending its independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. To end this war, it is Russia that must stop its aggression in the first place. Madam President, just this past Wednesday, the Council condemned unlawful military cooperation between Russia and North Korea, including the transfer of ballistic missiles from North Korea to Russia in violation of UN Security Council resolutions, and the engagement in combat against Ukraine of North Korean troops deployed to Russia, which constitutes a clear violation of international law, including the UN Charter. We also reiterate our deep concern about military cooperation between Iran and Russia. We must focus on Russia's violation of international law and not fall prey to its disinformation or malicious tactics. We continue to strongly and unequivocally condemn actions that violate the UN Charter. At the same time, we remain committed to supporting Ukraine's legitimate efforts to defend itself. We have not and will not waver in stating that any attempts to undermine Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity are unacceptable. We reiterate in the strongest terms our demand that Russia immediately and unconditionally withdraw from Ukraine. Madam President, as this is the last scheduled meeting of this month, I wish to convey our profound appreciation to the United States as the presidency for its leadership and dedication in steering the Council's work in December. In addition, as our two-year term on the Security Council draws to a close, we extend our deepest gratitude to all of the Council members, the Security Council Affairs Division colleagues, as well as the interpreters for your cooperation. It has been a distinct honor to work in pursuit of maintaining international peace and security. As we step away, we reaffirm our unwavering support for the vital work of this Council. We look forward to serving once again this august body as a responsible member within a decade. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Japan for their remarks. And I now give the floor to the representative of China.
President, I thank High Representative Nakamitsu for her briefing. At present, the crisis in Ukraine continues to drag on, and the fighting has shown no signs of abatement. The continued influx of large quantities of weapons and ammunition into the battlefield with expanding varieties, increasing lethality and destruction, and the greater risks of diversion and proliferation is a cause for deep concern. I wish to reiterate that weapons may help win the war, but cannot bring about lasting peace. It is imperative to observe the three principles of no expansion of the battlefield, no escalation of fighting, and no provocation by any party, and to promote a de-escalation as soon as possible. We once again call on the parties to the conflict to move towards the same direction and start peace talks at an early date. We call on the international community to actively create conditions and provide assistance to this end. President, since the outbreak of the war, China has been calling on the parties to the conflict to realize a ceasefire, start negotiations, and restore peace as soon as possible. This is what we have been saying and what we have been doing in the past 3 years or so. China has always been committed to promoting a political settlement and has been working for peace and promoting dialogue. The day before yesterday, the Group of Friends for Peace on the Ukraine Crisis held another meeting, during which representatives of 17 countries of the Global South, including China, Brazil, Algeria, South Africa, and Turkey, jointly assessed the current situation, expressed concern over the recent escalation of the conflict, reaffirmed the importance of respect for the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, and the legitimate concerns of all states, and reiterated their strong call for the cessation of hostilities as soon as possible, and for the realization of a comprehensive and lasting political settlement of the Ukraine crisis on the basis of the UN Charter and international law. At the same time, they also reaffirmed the readiness of the countries of the Global South to continue to play a constructive role to that end. President, China's efforts for peace are well known to the international community and have received recognition and support of the vast majority of countries. Russia, Ukraine, countries of the Global South, and many European countries have all welcomed China's role and contribution to the resolution of the Ukraine crisis. The United States is the only country that has chosen to turn a blind eye to China's efforts and has continued to the crisis. The United States is the only country that has chosen to turn a blind eye to China's efforts and has continued to spread false information in public. Just now, your colleague, Ambassador Wood, in his statement as the U.S. representative, said that this may be the last time for him to participate in council meeting. I see that he is no longer here. Yet, he didn't give up the last chance to blatantly attack and smear China, making it sound as if it were China's fault that the war has continued to this day. I have responded to the relevant erroneous remarks of the U.S. side many times before, so I will not repeat them today. Given that this may be the last time this year for the Council to consider the Ukraine issue and may well be the last open meeting of the Security Council, looking ahead to the new year, I wish to express 3 points of hope to the U.S. side. First, China didn't create the Ukraine crisis, nor is it a party to the crisis. The United States cannot, on the one hand, hope that China will play a greater role in ending the war, while, on the other hand, keeps discrediting China's efforts for peace and continues to slander and put pressure on China. We hope that the U.S. will stop its senseless blame game and its provocation of antagonism and confrontation. Instead, it should work with the countries concerned, including China, to build unity and consensus and create conditions and an atmosphere conducive to a political settlement of the Ukraine crisis. Second, no country in the world can enjoy absolute security. One country's security cannot be at the expense of other countries' security. The United States, under the pretext of maintaining regional security, attempts to use this opportunity to weaken and contain other countries to serve its own agenda. This will only create more disputes and chaos in the world. We hope that the United States will abandon the zero-sum mentality of the Cold War, stop taking advantage of the Ukraine crisis to advance its geopolitical strategy, and make real efforts for the early restoration of peace and stability on the European continent. Third, the current situation regarding the Ukraine issue is changing. Both parties to the conflict have released political signals to the outside world, clearly expressing their willingness to engage in negotiations. The international community's discussions are increasingly geared towards negotiations and edging closer to peace. This fully demonstrates that the momentum for a ceasefire, an end to the war, and the restoration of peace is building up. We hope that the United States will face up to the changes in the situation, stop clamoring for war, stop obstructing the efforts of the international community for peace, and come to the right track of promoting a political settlement to the crisis at an early date. Thank you.
I thank the representative of China for their remarks, and I now give the floor to the representative of Algeria.
Thank you, Madam President. Please allow me to thank Under-Secretary General Mrs. Nakamitsu for her valuable briefing. President, the ongoing war in Ukraine that has engulfed the Russian territories rages on. Its effects continue to weigh on the peoples of the region at large. The losses of innocent human lives, including among children and women, have been on the rise since the outbreak of the conflict. The suffering of civilians, including the injured and the displaced, mounts. Many now dream of a warm shelter where they can seek refuge from the harsh winter conditions. Still, this conflict's economic repercussions continue to reverberate not only in the region but across the world, mainly in developing countries whose peoples have been largely affected by the energy and food crises. Unfortunately, the logic of confrontation and escalation, regional and international wrangling, and polarization continue to prevail, affecting the course of this conflict that will enter its third year. Algeria has repeatedly warned that such a logic will fuel tension, thus plunging the region into a quagmire of endless conflicts and crises. This is the sad reality on the ground. Tension has been fueled by the flow of weapons and ammunition to conflict zones, thus fomenting the war and its risks and steering us away from a peaceful political process that can lead to a peaceful settlement of the conflict. I would like to reaffirm the following points. Firstly, the ongoing escalation and bloody armed confrontation remain a grave cause of concern for Algeria. We condemn again the violations of international law, including international humanitarian law. We call again on both parties to exercise restraint, de-escalate, respect their international obligations, and protect civilians as a top priority. Targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure is unacceptable under any circumstances. This is prohibited under international humanitarian law. Secondly, we express our deep concern about the use of lethal and destructive ammunition and weapons in conflict zones, which was recently reinforced by the use of modern, medium, and long-range missiles in the Ukrainian and Russian territories. We call on both parties to ensure that these weapons do not fall into the hands of criminal, terrorist, and extremist groups that often use such weapons in hostile acts against defenseless civilians to exercise hegemony. Thirdly, we call again on both parties to prioritize dialogue and diplomacy and to engage in inclusive and constructive negotiations away from politicization. The war and clashes have had limited impact on advancing progress towards peace. The time has thus come to give diplomacy a genuine chance to achieve a just and lasting peace. This peace must be rooted in the principles and purposes of the Charter of the UN, which we all uphold, and must take into consideration the legitimate security considerations or concerns of both parties. The international community must step up its diplomatic efforts at all levels to create conditions conducive for negotiations, to defuse the war, and achieve peace and security in the region. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Algeria for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Mozambique.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank the United States for convening this meeting. I also thank Ms. Izumi Nakamitsu, High Representative for Disarmament Affairs, for her valuable insights. I also welcome the permanent representative of Ukraine in this meeting. Madam President, the evolving situation in Ukraine continues to command our grave concern, particularly in light of the recent escalations and the deepening humanitarian crisis. The Security Council's decision to meet for the second time this week underscores the urgency and gravity of the situation. These frequent deliberations, among countless others since the conflict's inception, consistently reveal one common thread: an unwavering collective aspiration for peace despite varying perspectives on its achievement. However, we observe with deep concern that developments on the ground reflect an increasing reliance on military solutions rather than peaceful conflict resolution mechanisms. This trajectory inevitably compounds the challenges of establishing lasting peace and stability. The unprecedented scale of weapons transfers serves as a stark indicator of deteriorating trust in an already fragile and complex regional international landscape. Madam President, while we fully recognize every state's sovereign right to self-defense as enshrined in the United Nations Charter, including through arms procurement, we must exercise prudence in this regard. The massive influx of arms, ammunition, and military equipment carries the potential to intensify and prolong this conflict, potentially undermining broader international efforts toward peace and security maintenance. Of particular concern are the risks of weapons diversion to unauthorized actors and, most critically, the disproportionate impact on civilian populations who continue to bear the heaviest burden of this conflict. Madam President, to mitigate the devastating consequences of the extensive arms flows, we propose two mitigation measures. First, all parties must uphold responsible and transparent arms transfer, consistent with the existing international legal framework. This is crucial to prevent the unregulated transfers of arms, which can lead to weapons proliferation and illicit trafficking. Second, both exporting and recipient states must fulfill their respective obligations. Exporting states must refrain from transferring arms where risks exist of human rights violations or breaches of international humanitarian law. Recipient states must ensure that the arms transferred are used in a manner consistent with applicable international legal instruments and are not diverted or transferred to other destinations. Comprehensive risk assessment mechanisms are fundamental to this process. Madam President, while mitigation measures are crucial, they serve only as temporary solutions. True conflict resolution demands genuine political will to address both its immediate and underlying causes essential for achieving lasting peace and stability. In this context, Mozambique reiterates its steadfast position and urges the relevant parties to immediately halt hostilities, engage in direct, meaningful negotiations in good faith, and adopt a constructive, inclusive approach focused on mutual benefits rather than competitive advantage. And finally, Madam President, as this is the last statement we make before exiting the Council, I would like to thank members of this body for the support given to us during our 2-year term of the Security Council. We also thank the Secretariat, interpreters, and those behind the scenes who have helped us during our membership. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Mozambique for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Ecuador.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and I'd like to thank the High Representative, Madam Nakamitsu, for her briefing. Ecuador laments the fact that almost 3 years since the beginning of the invasion of Ukraine, and after more than 100 meetings of this Council, we still don't see any possible signs of a peaceful outcome to this conflict. On the contrary, hostilities and the risks of escalation continue to intensify, exacerbating the already tense geopolitical situation and increasing the danger of a broader confrontation. A few days ago, this Council received a report from OCHA on the humanitarian situation in Ukraine. The reports are alarming, particularly given the arrival of winter and the systematic destruction of the energy infrastructure of the country. The report recalled also that over the last 3 years, where civilians have suffered, they continue to suffer the greatest consequences from a war that was not of their choosing. And this morning we heard about new missile attacks on Ukraine's capital that led to civilian injuries and damage to civilian infrastructure and embassies of various countries. Ecuador condemns robustly these attacks. They violate international humanitarian law, they increase the suffering of civilians, and they worsen the tensions in a conflict which urgently requires de-escalation. Once again, I call upon the parties to abstain from using explosive weapons in populated areas and take the fighting away from urban areas and nuclear installations. International humanitarian law is clear when it comes to the prohibition of attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure, and this law must be respected. President, with regard to the issue that we are looking at today, Ecuador's position is clear. The transfer of arms and munitions must be in strict adherence to the internationally applicable legal framework and pertinent resolutions of the Security Council. Ecuador supports the recommendations put forward by High Representative Nakamitsu with regard to the measures necessary to mitigate the risks of diversion and proliferation of arms and munitions. States must act responsibly at every stage of the transfer chain in order to prevent diversion, illicit trafficking and misuse of arms. This is something that history has proven, even years after a ceasefire, that weapons used in conflicts can continue to affect civilians and become a factor of instability in the long term. The reports with regard to the use and transfer of cluster munitions and anti-personnel mines are particularly worrying, bearing in mind the indiscriminate effects that these weapons have. The full implementation of the Ottawa Convention on Anti-Personnel Mines, the Convention on Cluster Munitions, and the Convention on Prohibitions or Restrictions on the Use of Certain Conventional Weapons must continue to be a priority. And we reiterate the need to give priority to the protection of civilians and the goal of bringing about global stability over and above any arguments with regard to industry, production, or distribution. Excellencies, colleagues, we cannot underestimate the risks posed by a greater escalation of the conflict and its implications for international security. The use of ever more destructive weapons, as well as the mobilization of thousands of soldiers from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea towards the front lines, and their potential participation in the hostilities are something that the international community should study in particular, and it should be followed up by this Council. The parties should act responsibly and with restraint and abstain from adopting any measure that could lead to a prolongation and intensification of the war. The strategy of escalating in order to de-escalate is extremely dangerous and moves us away from a peaceful solution. Madam President, reversing the current and dangerous direction of travel and bringing about a ceasefire requires diplomatic efforts and political will. Diplomacy and dialogue cannot be considered as red lines. The time has come to put an end to the human suffering and bring about a just and sustainable peace for Ukraine. The United Nations system has the instruments and experience necessary to make a contribution towards this goal. Ecuador, for its part, will continue to be prepared to make our contribution to any good faith effort that will lead to lasting peace in Ukraine, and which is within the framework of the Charter of the United Nations, international law, and resolutions of the General Assembly. Bearing in mind that this may be the last public meeting on the agenda of the Security Council for this month, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate the United States for their successful presidency. And, of course, I'd like to reiterate the commitment of Ecuador to the respect for international law, the UN Charter. Both of those things are important, and we'd also like to express our thanks to SCAD. Particularly for the last year when we held the presidency of this council in the month of December of 2023. Finally, I would like to not forget to thank the interpreters for their patience, as they have shown today when they had to follow my speech, where I was improvising at certain times compared with the text that I gave them. So I'd like to sincerely thank them. And, of course, I'd like to state that Ecuador, as I said, will continue to work and make our contribution to the noble cause of international peace and security. And, of course, in doing that, we can count on the current and future members of the Security Council. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Ecuador for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank Ms. Izumi Nakamitsu, High Representative of the United Nations Office for Disarmament Affairs, for her briefing. Sierra Leone takes note of the differing perspectives on the transfer of arms in the context of the conflict in Ukraine. In particular, we note on the one hand the claims that the transfer of arms prolongs the conflict, undermines the prospects of peaceful resolution of the conflict, while, on the other hand, transfers of arms are premised on the protection of civilians and civilian infrastructure, and in applying the right to self-defense. In view of the acknowledged and reported arms transfers in the context of the conflict in Ukraine, Sierra Leone continues to reiterate its principled position that all transfers of weapons in conflict situations should occur within the applicable international legal framework and relevant UN Security Council resolutions, and include pre-transfer risk assessments and end-user verification to prevent diversion of arms and ammunition. Madam President, Sierra Leone is deeply concerned about the continuing impact of these weapons used in the conflict on civilians and civilian infrastructure. On this note, we wish to focus our statement today on the impact of these weapons on civilian and civilian infrastructure in Ukraine, and urging all parties to prioritize diplomatic efforts to resolve the conflict. The fighting is just not happening in open fields. They are occurring in towns and villages and in built-up areas. Thus, the ballistic missiles, long-range and intermediate-range missiles, artillery, glide bombs, drones, including personal rifles that are launched and fired at human beings and against energy facilities, residential homes, schools, children's playground, hospitals, marketplaces or shopping centers, factories, storage facilities, seaports, transportation facilities, cultural centers, and churches. Regardless of the intent, the end result of the use of weapons is death, destruction, and suffering. It is the ordinary Ukrainian civilians, and in some cases now affected Russian civilians, that suffer the most. The Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights has documented a total of over 37,000 civilian casualties since the start of the conflict on 24 February 2022, including over 12,000 deaths and 25,000 injured. UNICEF confirmed that these casualties include over 2,000 children killed or injured in Ukraine since the start of the conflict, highlighting that the number of child fatalities this year alone has increased by almost 40% compared to 2023. It is estimated that 60% of Ukraine's energy infrastructure have been damaged or destroyed by missiles, artillery, bombs, and drones as they made it through Ukraine's air defenses, leading to daily power cuts for millions of people across Ukraine. These outages, often lasting many hours, limit access to water, mobile networks and internet, public transportation, and elevators in high-rise buildings. In addition to the damage or destruction to energy infrastructure, these weapons have caused disruption of essential services such as electricity, internet, transportation, among others. They have destroyed thousands of homes, hundreds of hospitals, and entire neighborhoods and villages have been decimated, causing millions of people to become internally displaced and refugees in other countries. Furthermore, the United Nations Environment Programme also estimates that these weapons have caused the release of toxic materials into the air, including greenhouse gas emissions, damaged ecosystems, and lead to biodiversity loss, soil pollution, and other forms of contamination. Sierra Leone reiterates that attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure are prohibited under international law. We call on all sides to ensure compliance with applicable international law, including international humanitarian law. Madam President, the conflict has been going on for almost 3 years, and there is seemingly no end in sight. Sierra Leone reiterates that military means alone will not achieve the political objective of the conflict in Ukraine. Therefore, Sierra Leone urges all parties to refrain from further escalation in pursuit of the option of winning the battle at all costs. We call on all parties to seek and pursue political dialogue, as the military instruments will not achieve just and lasting peace in Ukraine, and it will not achieve any political objective of the conflict. Diplomatic efforts should be the primary tool employed to pave the way for a peaceful resolution of the conflict. The alarming civilian casualties also underscore the urgent need for all parties to take meaningful steps towards the immediate cessation of hostilities. In closing, Madam President, Sierra Leone calls for the full respect for the principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity, in particular the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. We urge parties to the conflict to engage constructively, taking into account the legitimate concerns of all parties, to find a political and diplomatic solution as envisaged in Article 33 of the UN Charter. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Sierra Leone for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Malta.
Thank you, Madam President, and I also thank High Representative Nakamitsu for her briefing. Over the past 2 years as an elected member of this Council, we have heard countless briefings and testimonies from the ground on the dire humanitarian situation in Ukraine following Russia's decision to invade its sovereign neighbor. After almost 3 years of fighting, this conflict has turned into the bloodiest and most devastating in Europe since World War II. OCHA's briefing last Monday was just the latest in a long string of harrowing accounts. As we have heard, and I quote, "Daily attacks continue, inflicting death, injury, and untold suffering on ordinary Ukrainians, and destruction and damage to civilian infrastructure." Despite this, today we witness yet another attempt to divert the international community's attention from this reality, creating a smokescreen to obscure latest escalations. In recent weeks, the Russian Federation has intensified its drone and missile attacks against Ukrainian cities. It has tested a new ballistic missile on the battlefield. It has also secured the deployment of DPRK troops. Neither can we forget about the provision of military assistance from the DPRK and Iran, which is having a direct impact on the war. The facts are clear. Through its decision to invade Ukraine on 24 February 2022, the Russian Federation violated and undermined the UN Charter and international law. The relentless bombing of Ukraine's civilian infrastructure, including energy infrastructure with a clear purpose to pile on the misery in the coming winter months, have continued to exacerbate the humanitarian crisis. The Security Council needs to continue to be seized of the humanitarian situation in Ukraine, in particular the lack of access humanitarian workers are facing. Malta continues to call for full and unfettered access for all humanitarian workers currently operating on the ground in Ukraine. International humanitarian law and international human rights law must be fully adhered to by all the parties at all times. There also needs to be full accountability for all the crimes committed by Russia in Ukraine. Madam President, let me reiterate that Ukraine has the right to defend itself under Article 51 of the UN Charter, and that it has the right to rely on its allies to do so. This is the same right enjoyed by every other member of the United Nations. Nothing more, nothing less. We once again call on the Russian Federation to immediately end the war it started and withdraw its troops and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. The current cycle of war, death, and destruction is completely untenable. The people of Ukraine deserve better. The people of Russia deserve better. Both nations deserve a peaceful future. Both nations deserve a just and lasting peace. Let us not lose sight of this goal. Madam President, as our term on the Security Council draws to a close, we too avail ourselves of this opportunity to thank all Council members for their cooperation over the past 2 years. We also thank SCAD for all their assistance throughout our term. Malta will continue to be a strong supporter of the UN and multilateralism, and will continue to serve as a voice for peace and dialogue. And I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Malta for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Switzerland.
Merci, Madame. Thank you, Madam President. This is our last meeting on the agenda for this year, and I'm going to make my possibly last official intervention on behalf of Switzerland after 2 years on the Council. And this is also approximately the 70th meeting dedicated to Ukraine. And as at every previous meeting on this matter, I once again reiterate today that Russia's military aggression constitutes a flagrant violation of the United Nations Charter, for which there is no justification. And for the 70th time, I repeat that Russia must immediately withdraw its troops from the entire territory of Ukraine. And this repetition is important, however. We cannot and must not normalize what has happened in Ukraine, which jeopardizes our multilateral order. This Council has been unable to act beyond rhetoric for the past 2 years due to the potential negative vote of a permanent member. And yet, the principle requiring a party to a dispute to abstain from voting exists, and it's enshrined in Article 23, Paragraph 3 of the Charter. I am convinced that, rhetoric aside, this Council must remain the place where a dialogue will finally enable us to get back to the road to peace. Madam President, I thank the High Representative for Disarmament Affairs, Ms. Nakamitsu, for her briefing. We have heard it this week. We have heard it so many times before. The Ukrainian people continue to endure immense suffering in this war, whose duration is no longer measured in days or months, but in years, and whose end is nowhere in sight. As the cold weather sets in, recent events highlight the unsustainable nature of this situation, including the attacks of the past 24 hours, which resulted in civilian casualties on both sides. The Russian attacks that took place damaged homes, schools, and hospitals, and such actions are unacceptable. Ongoing hostilities in Ukraine are adding to the suffering by damaging and disrupting essential infrastructure and services. Millions of Ukrainians are facing increased risk of deterioration in their living conditions. To alleviate the plight of civilians, I must insist international law, in particular international humanitarian law, and human rights must be respected by all parties and at all times. The civilian population and civilian infrastructure must be respected and protected. Madam President, the international community's call for peace is unequivocal, and yet the situation on the ground continues to deteriorate. I would like to reiterate 3 key messages here. First, the current dire situation is a direct consequence of Russia's military aggression, and as I stated in the beginning, Switzerland continues to condemn this flagrant violation of international law, including the UN Charter. Second, this war can end at any time if Russia ceases hostilities and withdraws its troops from Ukrainian territory. Until then, Ukraine has the right to ensure its security and defend its territorial integrity and sovereignty. Third, it is urgent to intensify diplomatic efforts to achieve a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. Switzerland reiterates its call on Russia to respect its obligations under the United Nations Charter, obligations which all of us, UN member states, have committed to uphold. We also call on third parties to refrain from any action likely to fuel Russia's military aggression. We're deeply appalled that this aggression appears to continue to be reinforced by transfers of arms and munitions to Russia. Moreover, reports suggest that troops from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea are not only deployed in Russia, but actively engaged in combat. Switzerland urges all states to strictly comply with their obligations under international arms control agreements, including the relevant resolutions of this Council. Madam President, as this year draws to a close, we look to the future with both challenges and opportunities. Switzerland believes that it is our collective responsibility to support efforts to achieve a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine, anchored in the principles of the United Nations Charter. Far beyond rhetoric, this appeal for a comprehensive, just and lasting peace, supported by a large majority of the General Assembly, constitutes the foundation of genuine peace, a peace that encompasses all aspects of this war, places international law at the center of discussions, and demands a solution that will last. It is a clear commitment to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. This war was launched in violation of the United Nations Charter. Its resolution must respect it. Global confidence in our common principles and our collective security depends on it. To serve and disappear is in our DNA, with one exception, and that exception is giving thanks. So in conclusion, we would like to thank all of the members of the Council, the Secretariat, Claudia Ban and her team, the interpreters, and all of the member states who have placed their trust in us to be here in the Council for 2 years. And do not want to forget in thanking my team behind me there and here, who made sure that we follow the straight line of international law in front of us, and that we can try to ensure that this chamber remains a place of respect. We therefore, together, would like to reiterate that it was an honor for us to have this work, and we would like to wish every success to the new members who will come into the chamber soon. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Switzerland for their statement. I shall now make a further statement in my capacity as a representative of the United States. An aggressor cannot undertake an unprovoked invasion of another country and then argue that that country's self-defense is escalatory. Ukraine has a right to defend itself in the war that Russia has chosen to wage against it. The United States and countries around the world will continue to support Ukraine in that defense. Just last night, Russia launched 7 missiles and 65 drones against Kyiv. A couple of those missiles appear to have struck residential and office buildings, including diplomatic missions, a technical school, a gas pipe, killing 1 and injuring 11, and leaving 630 residential buildings and multiple medical facilities and schools damaged. With respect to the comments from the representative from China, one might ask, where is the condemnation for Russia's attacks of last night? Where are the words telling Russia to end their war? This war could have, should have ended long ago without your support to Russia. This is not a smear, it is a fact. China has supplied Russia with the political cover and material it needs to wage this war. If China is uncomfortable with that fact, China should stop supplying Russia with what it needs to continue the war. Then, and only then, the United States will stop calling out China for enabling an unprovoked war of aggression that violates the sovereignty and territorial integrity of a UN member state. I shall now resume my role as President of the Council. The representative of Russia has asked for the floor to make a further statement.
Madam President, I just wanted to ask you, you have read out the summary of the U.S. statement which was made by a U.S. representative in the beginning of this meeting?
I shall speak in my national capacity. This was an additional statement. I resume my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to the representative of Ukraine.
Thank you, Madam President. Distinguished members of the Security Council Under Secretary General Nakamitsu. I also recognize here Putin's copper regime in the permanent seat of the Soviet Union. As it is often the case, just a few days after a Security Council meeting on maintenance of peace and security of Ukraine, a meeting that he labeled as, I quote, a desperate attempt to keep Ukraine afloat. As a topic on the Council's agenda, the Russian delegation has called yet another meeting, evidently aiming to drown this topic in a flood of lies and disinformation. We reiterate our condemnation of such misuse of the Council's time and resources. At the same time, Russia's actions follow a troubling logic. We have already drawn the Council's attention to the clear correlation between the timing of Russian attacks on Ukraine's civilian infrastructure and Russia-initiated Council meetings like today. The metrics of instrumentalization of the Security Council for the purposes of waging the war is as follows. A, plan a strike. B, call a UN Security Council meeting. C, carry out a strike. D, hold a meeting to complain about Western supply of weapons. This correlation has been registered in at least 18 cases. Let me highlight just a few recent examples. Russia launches a missile attack on Ukraine on the 20th of December. On the 20th of December, Russia holds a meeting. Russia launches a missile attack on Ukraine on the 30th of October. The meeting is held on the 31st of October. Russia strikes Ukraine on the 12th of September. The meeting is called on the 13th of September. Russia strikes on the 24th of July. The meeting is called on the 25th of July. Russia strikes on the 12th of June. The meeting is called on the 14th of June. Russia strikes on the 11th of April. The meeting is called on the 12th of April. And so on and so forth. Russia strikes on the 18th of May. The meeting is called on the 18th of May. This morning, Russia has once again prefaced the Security Council meeting with the air terror against Ukrainian cities, including Kyiv, Kherson, and Kryvyi Rih. In Kyiv alone, 5 ballistic missiles, Iskanders or North Korean KN-23, and 40 drones of Iranian origin were launched. Residential areas in the central districts, a business center, the iconic St. Nicholas Cathedral, one of the city's architectural landmarks, and energy infrastructure sustained damage and destruction. Diplomatic missions of Albania, Argentina, North Macedonia, Portugal, Montenegro, and Palestine were also damaged. Tragically, the attack resulted in casualties and injuries. In Kherson, within just 40 minutes, Russians fired approximately 1,000 artillery shells. The city infrastructure suffered significant damage, and there were killed and injured among Kherson's residents. Ukrainian law enforcement agencies continue their work to identify those responsible for the shelling of Ukrainian cities and the deaths of Ukrainian and foreign citizens. Today, the Security Service of Ukraine issued a notice of charges against Russian Colonel General Kim, who ordered the missile strike on the hotel in Kramatorsk on August 24th that killed a Reuters journalist and injured 5 other members of Reuters crew. Against the backdrop of ongoing aggression and atrocities against Ukrainians, including relentless air terror, Ukraine uses its weapons against legitimate military targets on occupied Ukrainian territory and on the territory of Russia. These targets include
solidarische Unterstützungsleistungen in den umliegenden Landkreisen, Versorgung der Zahl von Verletzten bekommen
industry
kann ich nur
facilities
bedanken. Ich
and
kann
deployment
bei
sites for military
vielen Bürgerinnen und Bürgern,
equipment
die in den
personnel.
ersten Sekunden wichtige
Madam President,
Erste Hilfe geleistet haben, Ärzte, die vor
regular
Ort waren,
flood of
unmittelbar
lies and
die
disinformation
Versorgung
that I
der vielen
mentioned
Verletzten
earlier
übernommen.
in my statement,
Wir werden eine lange
Putin's
Zeit zum
envoy
Trauern
had added
brauchen und wir
today
werden
crocodile
das alles
tears about
umfassend
human
aufbereiten.
suffering and
Darauf
destruction.
haben die Bürgerinnen und Bürger einen Anspruch.
I reiterate that in regards to this, there is a simple way for Russia to end the suffering and destruction caused by the war, to end the war itself. It is more than easy to do so for Russia, the country that launched this war and continues to escalate it. Instead, yesterday, Putin called for a so-called, I quote, high-tech duel between Russia and the Western countries, where Russia would strike the Ukrainian capital with medium-range ballistic missiles, while Western missile defense systems attempt to protect it. Evidently, even Putin's envoy today chose not to mention this insane idea, realizing that it belongs more in a psychiatric ward rather than in the Security Council. Indeed, yesterday's statement from Putin left no doubt about both his pathological cruelty and his evident psychiatric issues. War and killing are tragedies and disasters for any sane person, but for Putin, they are an exciting and entertaining action when Russians get bored with calmness and stability. And when Putin, who even Russians label as the bunker grandpa, speaks of bullets whistling over his head, no further commentary is needed. Overall, yesterday's revelations from Putin leave no room for doubt. His regime must be neutralized as soon as possible. Appeasement, agreements, advocacy for Kremlin, or hopes that you can avoid being affected, none of this works with deranged dictators. One may try to be Putin versteher, but when Putin and his cronies grow bored again and seek another entertaining action, your country could become the next arena for high-tech duels. This is why Ukraine is deeply grateful to all our partners who help us defend our sovereignty, ourselves, and our children. I reiterate that Ukraine never wanted this war, and more than any other country across the globe, Ukraine wants the war to end. Forcing Russia to cease its aggression requires a powerful and effective international coalition of states that share the principles of a comprehensive, just and lasting peace based on the peace formula and the UN Charter, with which the formula fully complies. We therefore urge the Council to focus on ways to remove the threats stemming from aggressive Russian neo-imperialism and to ensure war criminals are held accountable. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Ukraine for their statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.
by the incoming White House. The Trump Doge team also proved to be consequential, Mr. Speaker, rooting out unnecessary provisions throughout this government funding process, streamlining bloated legislation and exposing it to the American people, which resulted in a better, leaner deal and a reduction of pages in the bill from 1,547 to 118. A huge reduction, all done in Trump time. This legislation delivers responsible disaster relief, targeted spending reductions, an agreement to address the debt ceiling, and avoids a government shutdown. Our work will reflect the will of the people to carry out the America First agenda. We must deliver results to show the American people that we are serious about correcting the course of our nation, and this bill is the first step in that direction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman's recognized. Gentleman from Connecticut.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, the distinguished ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Pallone.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard my colleague on the Republican side talk about the reduction in the number of pages in the bill. But what I want to point out is by reducing the number of pages, that's not the issue. They've reduced the help for the American people that's in this bill. That's what the Republicans have done. The beginning of the week, we had a bipartisan bill that provided critical relief for the American people. And from my perspective on the Energy and Commerce Committee, what we had done over the last year was hear from our constituents, had hearings, to hear about what was necessary to lower costs, to provide relief for people that, as you know, feel very strongly that prices are too high, that there's all kinds of problems with corporate interests and websites that are not protecting their interests, not protecting their privacy, soliciting all kinds of things with misinformation, because we're the committee that deals primarily with health care, with consumer protection, with environmental concerns. And so what we did is we worked on a bipartisan basis to put together in this legislation proposals that would really make a difference from what we heard from our constituents around the country. Now, that's what's been taken out of this bill. And it's been taken out because one man, a billionaire, decided to tell my Republican colleagues that he did not want this bill. I'm not going to figure out why he doesn't want it, but obviously, you know, the types of things that I'm talking about are not the things that he would want in the bill. So what are we talking about here? What was taken out of this bill? Well, first, my colleague, the ranking member of Appropriations, mentioned pediatric cancer and rare disease therapies, research for cancer, for kids that are facing cancer problems, community health centers, teaching health centers to provide more primary care doctors. Those were extended for 2 years and then for 5 years with more funding for that purpose. Prescription drug reforms. One of the biggest problems that we face right now is so-called PBMs, pharmaceutical benefit manufacturers. What they do, managers, what they do is, theoretically, they're supposed to work between, like, the insurer or the individual and the drug companies to reduce prices. But what they do instead is, because there's no transparency, what they actually do is pocket the money that they've negotiated, the savings that they've negotiated for themselves, rather than give it back to the consumer. And so what we did on the Energy and Commerce Committee, we said, no, we want reform of PBMs that basically is sort of a way of saying that they cannot, if they negotiate savings, that has to go back to the consumer to lower costs for prescription drugs, which is one of the biggest things that people are concerned now. Their health care, one of the biggest costs that they have in health care. So these are the types of things that have been taken out of this bill.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I would be happy to give the gentleman another 30 seconds, another minute if he needs it. Okay.
These are the types of things that have been taken out of this bill. Health care protections, consumer protections, environmental protections, safety protections. These are the types of things that have been taken out of this bill because some billionaire, richest man on earth, decided that he didn't want those things. This has now become a bill that has taken out anything that is important, essentially, for consumer or health protection or for relief to lower costs for the American people. And thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman reserves.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stolber.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, tonight, let's put the politics aside. We're here right now discussing a bill that has very good things in it. As my good friend Mr. Cole says, let's not fight about what's not in it at this moment. We know that Democrats had priorities in it earlier and Republicans had priorities in this bill earlier. But we are going to break the fever here in Washington and stop putting the Christmas tree gifts in at the last minute that costs American taxpayers millions and millions of dollars. Let's talk about what's in it. For the small family farmer, for that dairy farmer from Minnesota that was in my office 48 hours ago, begging us for assistance. This bill will help you and many other farmers across this great country. For the victims of the hurricanes, Helene and Milton, who are the victims tonight who are sleeping in tents, Mr. Chair, because they don't have a house. There is American Rescue. Taxpayers are going to come and help you tonight. Through no fault of your own. You suffered through a hurricane. And the U.S. Congress, tonight, the House of Representatives, are going to vote to support you. This is a clean resolution with the debt ceiling. This is what my good friends and colleagues on the other side of the aisle wanted just yesterday. So let's talk about the good things that are in it. To our farmers, we will support you, both Republicans and Democrats. To our victims of natural disasters, we will support you tonight. A clean CR, I support this resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Connecticut. Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you to the chair for your leadership and our ranking member as well, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 'twas 5 days before Christmas and all through this House. Not a lawmaker was resting, not even their spouse. The CR was stalled, the debates full of heat, while a shutdown shadow loomed over our streets. My friends, it's time to fund our defense and aid for our farms and disaster relief to protect our very own citizens from harm. Our farmers work hard. They deserve every chance to grow and to prosper, advance, and enhance. Mr. Speaker, this Christmas, let's give we the people their due, a funded government from leaders who are true. So as we vote on this CR, let's keep this in sight. America first, and to all, a good night. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
I would advise my friend I'm prepared to close whenever she is.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Connecticut.
If the gentleman will understand that I'm waiting for a reserve, but someone else was coming to speak. If you just,
I would ask the Speaker to inquire how much time we have on each side.
Gentleman from Oklahoma has 12 and a half minutes. The gentlewoman from Connecticut has 7.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take a moment to address something my very good friend from New Jersey had to say about what's not in the bill. And again, as another speaker referenced, I always believe you look at legislation according to what's in the bill, and don't worry about what's not in it. Make the judgment on what's there. And the reality is, in this bill, we keep the government open. My friends favor that. I hope they vote that way tonight. In this bill, we provide badly needed aid to Americans that are suffering in a disaster. I know my friends favor doing that. I hope they vote accordingly tonight. And as several of the speakers have mentioned, we provide much needed assistance to America's rural economy. So I hope my friends actually support that as well with the positive vote tonight. I also want to point out, and I speak now not as a Republican or a Democrat, but as an appropriator. I, for one, think these very good ideas some people have ought to generally move to the floor as separate bills. One of the reasons people distrust this institution is because we quite often pile things on bills that are totally unrelated. Everything that my friends on the other side and I negotiated in the appropriations area is actually in this bill, and actually as negotiated. And I think it's unfortunate, and we do this on both sides, so I'm not trying to score political points here. As I said, I'm speaking as an appropriator. I hope we get back to doing what we should do, and that is move legislation through this body appropriately, as narrowly focused as possible. And these end of the year or end of the session or just before breaks, massive bills, I don't think serve the American people well. I don't think they serve this institution well. And I know many of my friends on the other side actually agree with that. So let's look at this as an opportunity to step back and actually focus on what our job here is. And we have no more important job than funding the government, helping Americans in disaster, assisting folks over a long-term crisis in rural America, and then closing down our business and going home. These other matters should be dealt with next year, and as has been indicated, they're generally bipartisan nature. They ought to move through on their own. And that's just my thought, my reflection. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Connecticut.
Prepared to close. Okay.
Gentlewoman is prepared to close.
Let me just be done with this stuff here. I'd like to take a moment, with the time that I have, to highlight that we did come to an agreement and acknowledge there are things in this bill that reflect the bipartisan and bicameral agreement on disaster relief. And I also might add, as the ranking member on appropriations, we came to agreement on moving forward on appropriations bills. And the supplemental, by the way, includes substantial Democratic wins. And since the summer of 2023, we have been pushing Republicans for a comprehensive disaster supplemental. I am pleased that we have an agreement on $100 billion in disaster aid. And that includes $8 billion for emergency highway funds, including paying the full 100% cost to replace the Key Bridge in Maryland. $2.3 billion for disaster loans for small businesses. More than $3 billion for water infrastructure grants from the EPA, and $1.5 billion for the Army Corps of Engineers projects. $12 billion for community development block grants to assist with long-term housing, infrastructure, and economic recovery needs, and $21 billion in disaster assistance to farmers, to producers. And this, by the way, is separate from the agreement on an additional $10 billion for farm aid. I might add that at the outset of the negotiations, I think it's important to know that there were those on the other side of the aisle who wanted to really cut the disaster effort, even to have to provide offsets for the disaster. That was very real. Democrats held the line and said no, that we would get $100 billion for disaster aid because of how critically important it is. Unfortunately, and I might add, there was agreement, as well as what Democrats talked about on disaster relief. There was also agreement on pediatric cancer and rare disease research, community health centers, teaching health centers, prescription drug reform, pediatric therapies. This was all agreed to. It wasn't that we were saying we don't want disaster, you don't want these. We came to a conclusion that these were all of the pieces that were needed to move forward. I also might add, because I am very concerned about our supply chain and what happens with regard to what we transmit and provide for the Communist Party, for China. And while I support all of the disaster pieces, and I supported all the health pieces, it is maddening that the Republicans walked away from that bipartisan priority, the outbound investment to ensure American dollars and intellectual property are reinvested in America's businesses and workers, instead of fueling the Chinese Communist Party's technology and their capabilities. And that, again, which can be documented, is something that is critically important, that it not be there to Elon Musk because of all of his efforts and contracts that he has and the work that he has in China. That should not enter into how we craft a bill that serves the American people and American workers. It is unfortunate the way that this process has worked out. You know, we want to, and we really need to rely on each other. We need to rely on each other to keep our word. That when we have an agreement, that we keep that agreement. I said this as well yesterday. I think all of us know here in the Congress that the only thing that we have is our credibility and our word. That is what allows us to move forward, to trust one another, to move forward on legislation that helps and serves the American people. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin and reiterate a point that I made earlier. And I know my good friend from Connecticut and I may disagree tonight on this particular incident, but I think as a broad principle, we probably do agree that it's much better, honestly, as an appropriator, when we are not carrying everybody else's weight. You know, sometimes the mule finally breaks down. And I would just tell my friends, working in good faith, and particularly in bipartisan bills like we had in WIOA reauthorization and some of the health issues that were mentioned earlier, please bring your bills to the floor under your own time. Don't try to catch a ride with us right at the end. People hate that. Our own members don't get a chance to read the bills in some cases. The public doesn't get a chance to have a full debate on the issue. It's simply not good governance. And I would actually argue that this legislation is focused and easy to understand and easy to read. The parts that are important to it are really only about 130 pages. Those are the things that the Appropriations Committee did, and we did it in a bipartisan fashion and a good faith debate, and all of those things are in this bill. I tell my friends on both sides of the aisle, so I say this again, not in a partisan sense at all, but remember, if you vote no on this bill, you are effectively voting to shut down the government. If you vote no on this bill, you're effectively voting to deny assistance to Americans who suffered enormously from natural disasters. If you vote no on this bill, you're effectively voting not to help rural America in a time of crisis on our farms and ranches all through the country. So the stakes are pretty clear here, and I'm hopeful on all these things we agree. We don't have any partisan disagreement. These are things that we agree on, and there's nothing in this bill, certainly that my friends on the other side disagree with. There may certainly well be some other disagreements here or there, but broadly speaking, this is something we should do. None of us, or most of us, do not want to shut down the government. Not a good thing for the country. So I can go on and we can get in a debate, and I'd like to be, in the give and take of debate as much as anybody else. But it is, after all, the holiday season. I know I have members that are anxious to get home, be with their families and their friends in the holiday season. So I simply want to conclude by wishing everybody a Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, whatever would be appropriate in your faith tradition, and hope that you have a wonderful and blessed new year, and that we have a great year for America in store ahead of us. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Amen.
The chair wishes to express appreciation on behalf of the House to members for the tone and tenor of tonight's debate, and express appreciation to the staff on both sides of the House for working through these last 48 hours. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill 10545? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The gentlewoman from Connecticut, for what purpose do you?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 366, the nays 34, one member voting present, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Hey, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question of suspending the rules on passing H.R. 9748, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 9748, a bill to require the Undersecretary of the Science and Technology Director of the Department of Homeland Security to develop a department-wide policy and process to safeguard research and development from unauthorized access to or disclosure of sensitive information in research and development acquisitions and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 8662, which the clerk will report by title.
Union Calendar number 533, H.R. 8662. A bill to reduce commuting burdens on Transportation Security Administration employees and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Ma'am.